It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, when will it end? More record-breaking temperatures expected across the country today. Some areas seeing temperatures 20 degrees above average. Plus, new details on that massive hurricane on the move. Where will Lee hit? Al's tracking all of it. Then, trapped. Efforts underway this morning to rescue an American trapped inside one of the deepest caves in Turkey.
That is a very challenging prospect in a cave because it's dark, it's cold, it's wet. There are very tight passages.
We're live with the latest on the difficult and dangerous mission. Plus, Naomi Campbell exclusive. Chanel sat down with the icon in a rare and candid conversation.
So no regrets, no regrets.
No regrets, but lessons, understood the lessons that I had to go through in my life. And of anyone I've ever hurt, I make amends.
What she's saying about her epic Vogue cover, the new Victoria's Secret World Tour, and life with two kids. Chanel's one-on-one coming up. And love is in the air. The couple who got engaged on our plaza now set to say, I do. And I will be marrying them live as they continue their journey right here on Today, Thursday, September 7th, 2023.
From Kansas City. Ready for kickoff tonight. But first, we're stopping at the Today Show. Celebrating 4 decades of friendship. From New Richmond, Wisconsin.
Visiting today from Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Millersville, Maryland.
Bridgeport, Alabama.
And DeSoto, Texas.
From Federal Way, Washington.
Celebrating our 25th anniversary.
No beef, but I'm trying to get to know you.
Here for my 70th birthday.
From Hot Springs, Arkansas. Hi to our daughters.
Watching in Houston, Texas.
From Cuba, New York.
After 28 years as a school nurse, today is the first day of my retirement.
All right. Back at 8:17 with a Today exclusive. Supermodel Naomi Campbell made history as the first black model on the cover of several major magazines back in the late 80s and early 90s.
3 decades later, she is still going strong. She's got a number of projects. She's got 2 young kids keeping her so busy. Chanel Jones got to sit down with Naomi. How was that?
Good morning to you guys. I'll remember this one for a long time. I loved every single minute with Naomi. She's in the new Victoria's Secret World Tour film. We chatted about that, her many career highlights, the highs and lows, being a new mom, and the power of evolving. Supermodel Naomi Campbell has been a trailblazer in the fashion world for over 3 decades, making history as the first black model to land the covers of Time and French Vogue. Supermodel, do you like that term?
Listen, it's not whether I like it or not. We have been coined that. We have to embrace it and accept it.
I think it's amazing.
But I don't have any superpower.
Her natural beauty made her one of the original supermodels of the 80s and 90s. Now, at 53, she has unparalleled allure and is a force to be reckoned with. Let me read how one writer describes your beauty, Naomi. Quote, she still looks otherworldly. A body, as Bono once put it, handmade by God, and skin so glowing it looks airbrushed. The era-defining cheekbones are framed by a sweep of immaculate hair. In the golden hour light, she looks luminous.
Wow. Who are they talking about?
Do you allow yourself to receive those compliments?
It's hard. A lot of my friends tell me that when they give me a compliment, I just skip over it. I don't know, I've had a hard time to take them in. And I think it's one of the reasons why I felt like I always wanted to stay down on the ground. I never wanted to believe in the hype. I just want to be me.
But she is an undeniable force. Naomi, along with her peers, Christy Turlington, Linda Evangelista, and Cindy Crawford, graced the cover of this month's Vogue, titled The Greatest of All Time.
I couldn't believe Anna did that caption. It's really lovely. It was fun.
It's stunning. What was it like behind the scenes with you guys? Is it like a reunion? Are you showing
It's always
pictures?
a reunion, catching up, sharing, how family's doing. Hard to get us on set. Hard to shut us up. But, it's a lot of years, a lot of decades
Victoria's Secret, this rebrand, they launched, as you know, this campaign and this world tour documentary. Part film, part fashion show.
VS20.
Yeah, and 4 continents. I saw Nigeria,
Lagos. I mean, there's Lagos, Bogota, Colombia, Tokyo, and London.
It's amazing.
The film is beautiful. It was so much fun making it. Reimagination of Victoria's Secrets of the VS20, the tour. I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised.
Along with Campbell, Doja Cat, Gigi Hadid, Hailey Bieber, and Adut Akesh are some of the other big names featured in the Victoria's Secret World Tour film. All part of a rebranding campaign, a bold move by Victoria's Secret after years of criticism over the company's culture, image, and a loss in billions in sales. Their Angel show was permanently canceled in 2019. What do you think of this new direction, if you will?
I think it's fantastic. It's showing, opening up to bring in the emerging talents from these countries and sharing their platform. I was so impressed when they said, we're going this way. I was like, wow. So for me, it was just like, you're really not just talking the talk, you are walking the walk.
Naomi is no stranger to controversy.
Supermodel Naomi Campbell is making headlines this morning for some not-so-model behavior.
She made headlines years ago for several altercations.
Campbell is charged with assault for allegedly hitting her housekeeper with a cell phone in an outburst of anger,
including pleading guilty to misdemeanor assault in 2007, and has been widely scrutinized. She says she's owning it. You've been so honest about, over the years, about your ups and your downs, and, you know, people ask you about, do you have a temper? Are you tough?
I feel that I've learned not be in denial with who you are. Don't blame people for things that go wrong in your life. You have to take that responsibility as yourself. And not be in denial that, okay, I had an issue. No, embrace that you had an issue and deal with it. You know what I mean?
So no regrets, no regrets.
No regrets, but lessons, you know, understood the lessons that I had to go through in my life. And of anyone I've ever hurt, I make amends. You know, all a work in progress, and I accept that. Listen, my journey has been incredibly colorful. I wouldn't want a journey to be like this. And a person's journey that interests me, the journey that's been like this. But I'm not in denial of it.
Now, Naomi says she feels so blessed to be a mom of a 2-year-old daughter and 9-week-old son. What is it like?
A lot of fun. I love it. It's a lot of fun. Each day is a surprise. You don't know what's going to happen, what's my daughter's going to say. She goes to her potty, she's like, Mummy, privacy. And I'm like, huh? She's like, I said, not to your mama. You can do that to everybody else, but to me, don't know where she got it from. Really, really don't. I love this job that has given me the opportunity to travel and see different parts of the world and meet different people and cultures. And if I have this opportunity to share that with my kids, to travel, I will do so. I'm really blessed.
I have to tell you, I really enjoyed my conversation with her. We'll have much more at 9. We have a little fun at 9 because I had to ask her about Beyonce. But I think I was blown away because, Hoda, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. I admire people who evolve or try to evolve. Listen, she was discovered when she was 14 years old, and now she's 53. And her mission is very clear. She really is trying to reach people and, you know, find emerging designers. When she walked into a little shop in Lagos, I mean, she's changing careers just by wearing their clothes. So,
wow. Very cool.
At 9.
Beautiful.
We should mention the World Tour, by the way, Victoria's Secret World Tour on Prime Video September 26th.
Welcome back. It is a Thursday. Can you feel it, y'all? Can you feel it? Love is in the air. We're getting ready to celebrate Ben Abair and Mindy Shore of Chicago. They are about to say I do. And they are going to be surrounded by family and friends and lots of love. And of course, sticking with the tradition, we've kept them apart all morning. And before our beautiful bride walks down the aisle, let's take a look at their love story.
I saw her for the first time and thought, all right, it's on now. Don't mess it up.
Like any modern love story, Ben Abair and Mindy Shore met on a dating app.
There was this one cute picture where you were smiling really cute, and I thought, I want to make her smile like that.
He messaged me, so that was always good because sometimes guys wouldn't do that.
It was the summer of 2020, a time when the pandemic kept us all apart, yet Ben and Mindy found each other.
Do you remember?
I do, absolutely.
I was here.
Their first date was in Wells Park in Chicago.
I think I stood in the exact middle.
Well, spoiler alert, the date went off without a hitch.
The last 3 years have been full of a lot of adventures. We've gone on so many cool trips and
went on TV and got engaged.
Yeah, I got engaged on TV.
That was pretty crazy.
Ben always knew Mindy was the one, and in February, he wrote to us about wanting to propose with our help. Turns out Mindy and I had already met a couple of times when she and her mom came to New York to celebrate Mindy's 20th and 21st birthdays with us.
I grew up watching the Today Show.
Oh, this young lady, what's your name?
Mindy. And I think he realized those memories I had with my mom were like so special and so important to me.
And so we wanted to make sure that winter trip to the plaza was one Mindy would never forget. I think that's a good idea. Should we make it a little better?
Yeah.
Will you?
Oh my God.
I've known for a long time that I've wanted to do this.
Oh my God.
And this is exactly how I wanted to do it. At 8 in the morning on live TV. Mindy, there's no one else I'd rather spend my life with. Will you marry me?
I had no idea that I was about to get engaged on the Today Show on Valentine's Day.
Hoda was as excited as Mindy. The whole time after Mindy says yes, she kisses me and then goes directly to Hoda. Got her, Hoda!
Got him,
Hell yeah!
And now these two are back, ready to celebrate yet another milestone on our plaza.
I'm excited to marry Ben because I think we're gonna have a really fun life.
Let's keep doing these crazy things that we've done so far.
Yeah.
Getting engaged was the most incredible experience I've ever had, so I can't imagine getting married is gonna be any different.
All right, Ben.
Hi.
Are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling great.
We're so excited that you're here. You did the proposal here. How do you feel just moments before the wedding?
Excited, ready to go. Happy to see her walk down the aisle for the first time. Looking forward to hearing what she has to say to me and saying what I have to say to her.
Ben, we love you. This is going to be such a special moment. All right, do you think are we ready, everybody? All right, we are going to do this. Will you please rise for the bride?
On the hill, but I never heard them ringing. No, I never heard them at all till there was you. There were birds in the sky, but I never saw.
You.
Never saw them at all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. I am so honored to welcome you to the wedding of Ben Abair and Mindy Shore. So when they were planning their wedding, I bet nobody thought that they would be sitting right here on the plaza on live TV, but guys, isn't life such a funny and surprising thing? And I think you guys live on the edge. You take risks and take chances, and Ben and Mindy knew that maybe after a single swipe, they would be dating. But did they know they would get married? It worked out just the way it should. And Mindy, that first trip to the plaza that you made with your mom, look what it's kind of blossomed into. This is the place where you said yes to Ben after a proposal, and this is the place where you're going to say, I do. It's a special place for you, for your mom, for your family, and we're so honored that you decided to choose us for the place to get married, this special spot. We're hoping you'll have a memory that will take you throughout your beautiful lives together. And now, I'm going to ask each of you a question, and then ahead of that, you will give us the I do's. Ben, do you take Mindy to be your wedded wife, to cherish in love and in friendship, in strength and in weakness, to love her faithfully today and tomorrow, as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Do you, Mindy, take Ben to be your wedded husband, to cherish in love and in friendship, in strength and in weakness, to love him faithfully today, tomorrow, and for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Okay, so each of you have written your own personal vows. Okay, let's start with Mindy.
Ben, I promise to always stand with you and work together to build the vibrant, colorful, spontaneous, and full life that we've always dreamed of. I promise to continue to work on myself and give you the best of what I am. I will always hype you up and be your biggest supporter as you follow your dreams. I will always be the Diet Coke to your Dr. Pepper and cherish you for as long as I live.
Ben, now it's your turn.
Thank you.
After our first perfect Valentine's Day together, I told you I would never be able to top it. After our third Valentine's Day together, we got engaged right here, and I told you I would never be able to top it. And I'm standing here today telling you again, I will never be able to top this. But I hope I'm wrong, just like I was the last 2 times. I hope that you and I continue to do amazing things that astonish even us and are somehow even better than this. No offense, Hoda. I promise that as long as I am all yours and you are all mine, I will never stop striving for a new best day of our lives.
That was so beautiful. Now, may we have the adorable ring bearer come and bring the rings, please? What's your name? What's your name? Here. Thank you, Noah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, these rings are a symbol of your love and commitment to one another. This represents the seal of the vows that you have just taken. So, Ben, will you please place the ring on Mindy's left hand and repeat after me? As a sign of my love.
As a sign of my love.
That I have chosen you.
That I have chosen you.
Above all else.
Above all else.
With this ring.
With this ring.
I thee wed.
I thee wed.
And now, Mindy, will you please place the ring on Ben's left hand and repeat after me? As a sign of my love.
As a sign of my love.
That I have chosen you.
That I have chosen you.
Above all else.
Above all else.
With this ring.
With this ring.
I thee wed.
I thee wed.
May you both always remember the way you feel in this moment, standing in front of your family and friends and these wonderful strangers here on the Today Show Plaza, as I proudly pronounce you husband and wife. Ben, please kiss your bride. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing for the very first time, Mr. and Mrs. Abear. How are we feeling?
Feeling great. How are you?
Carson's raising a glass to you, so is Craig.
Can I get one of those?
Get one of those.
Congratulations.
I just want to say this was so special, and I want to say thank you. And I know that you and your mom visited the plaza many, many years ago.
Yeah.
And your mom couldn't be here today, but she's with us in spirit. She wasn't able to travel. And Mr. Roker walked you up the aisle. Your dad passed away recently,
Yeah.
and Al was so pleased to be the one who could give you away on this special moment. Just tell us what it means today.
Oh, it's so exciting, and to be able to come back and have this day with you and Ben and this place that I have such special memories with my mom and my family. It feels like the perfect next chapter of our life together.
Yeah, if you gave us all the money in the world, all the connections in the world, and asked us to plan a perfect wedding, it would be this, truly.
All right, we love you, and we want to say to your mom, Debbie, that you raised a wonderful daughter, and we're so pleased that you shared her with us. So we should start your married life off with a little gift, I think. Where's Mr. Roker? He's got a little something for you.
Congratulations to both of you. So happy for you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you know, everybody needs a nice, some nice luggage. First of all, you guys inspired us with your vows. Very strong, very strong. I love that. But it was also in part inspired by My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3, which premieres this weekend, film from our sister company Focus Features. They helped us throw this celebration, and to make the day even more special, we want to help you start your honeymoon fund off. We got a $3,000 gift certificate, gift to take you wherever you want to go, and the luggage too. So there you go. All right. How do you feel?
Thank you. That's incredible.
Have you thought about where you might want to go on your honeymoon?
Maybe probably Greece.
All right, there you go. Perfect. Also, so that worked out perfectly. Maybe we can get you a screener of the movie. You can watch it on the... Also, we want to thank Kleinfeld Bridal and Men's Warehouse for helping to dress our bride and groom.
We want to give a shout out to the wonderful people who are here in the audience. You guys, they flew in from all over to be here this morning. Let's introduce Sabra and Huey. That's Ben's grandma and grandpa. You guys traveled in from Alabama, is that right? All the way from Alabama. Well, we're happy that you're here. Does it feel good that your grandson is married today? How does it feel? Yeah, of course, of course. Well, we are happy that you all came. It means the world to us. You got babies in the house. We got grandparents in the house. You're starting your new life, and we're happy that we got to be a part of it, you guys. Thank you guys so much. Ben and Mindy, congratulations. Stick around, because guess what? Ben and Mindy are going to help us out with one more segment. We can't let you leave yet. We're going to give you a little nourishment. But first, this is Today on NBC.
There you go.
I got to say it this time.
Steve Daly, we're back.
Yo.
We're back.
Looking for a pizza cutter, sorry.
We're back with this season's
Stop,
first
Chef.
edition of Today Loves Football, because later tonight, at long last, the NFL back on NBC.
That's right. Season's kicking off. We got a good one tonight, folks. Detroit Lions, Kansas City Chiefs. Of course, it's here on NBC. This morning, we got some amazing recipes for you to make. We've got Chef Tobias Doors on here. Chef, great to have you back. We're going to start in Detroit, Craig. Lead the way.
All right, but first, though, Ultimate Tailgate Celebration Season on NBC.
Yes, today at 10:30. Yes.
Today at 10:30. What's it about?
It's about
Just tailgating food. I met a amazing couple that's going to do a tailgate at the MetLife Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna cook up some amazing stuff.
Well, let's get to it. What are we making this morning?
So right here we got for representing Detroit, we got some beef sliders right here. So we're gonna start off with our ground beef. We're gonna start off some Worcestershire sauce, some smoked paprika. Get that in.
Mix that in there for you.
Yeah, go ahead and make that for me.
I got you.
We're gonna make sure the meat brown real good. So we're gonna separate the meat and the vegetables from each other just to make sure you get a good color on your meat.
Okay.
Now we're gonna take our meat.
Take the meat through.
We got our vegetables sweated down. We got our onions, our peppers, and we got mushrooms.
All right.
We add our ground beef to that right there. Get that all mixed in.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
I got you.
Yes, sir. I like that. I like that.
All right. And then what are we going to do with this mixture?
So once we get that mixture going, mixture right here, over here. So now we assemble our sandwiches.
Oh, are these just Hawaiian rolls?
These are sweet Hawaiian rolls.
I
Yes, sir.
love that.
So we got our cheese. I don't know what else you like on your buns, but boom.
Well, provolone. The meat.
Provolone.
By the way, is that the bride and groom that they're having the reception with us?
Oh yeah, they eat with us
Ben
today.
just said this
They eat with us
is the
today.
reception.
I love this.
I like a bride drinking beer.
Gonna add some cheese whiz.
Of course, you got to have cheese whiz.
Man.
All right, so we're going to throw that in the oven. Thank you, sir.
We're gonna top,
All right, so
top the buns.
this represents Detroit.
Yes, Detroit.
All
Let's
right.
make sure that we add some butter on top of our buns before we go ahead and throw this in the oven.
Don't sleep on Detroit tonight.
See,
Don't
Daly.
sleep on Detroit.
See, Daly, you're up.
Kansas City, let's go over to the Chief
Kansas City,
Kingdom
let's go,
right
let's
here.
go. Kansas City.
Let's
So
start with the barbecue sauce. What makes a Kansas City barbecue sauce different on
the sweetness of it, the less acid, you know. So we got brown sugar.
Yep.
We got apple cider vinegar.
Can you make this ahead of time and jar it and just store it?
You can store it for however long you want to store it for, or you can go buy store bought. You know, either way. Get a little bit of that.
All the good things here.
All the good seasonings.
Garlic
If you want
salt,
the seasonings, you can go on the Today Show
mustard.
food.com and get that.
Yep, they know where to go. Mix that up.
Mix that up real good.
That just melts in there and stirs it.
Yep.
Now for the actual
low heat.
Low heat.
Keep this on low heat.
For the actual ribs, you gonna bake or grill?
We're gonna bake here, but you can also grill, you know, but we're gonna do since you're at home, we're gonna low and slow. Oven on 2 hours, about 375.
Could you do that and then just grill it off at the end and get the sear?
Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do right here. You
Gotcha.
bake it off. So this is our finished product when we baked off.
Yep.
We're gonna brush it with a little bit of Kansas City
Oh, my
barbecue sauce right here.
Chef, you got it going on today. Bride and groom, what do you think of?
Incredible.
Fantastic.
Based on the food that you've had a bite of, who do you think is going to win the game tonight? Detroit or Kansas City? Based on the food.
What you think?
Kansas City.
Oh!
The Kansas City Rams always win.
Always wins, right? Even when they lose, they win.
Chef, this is fantastic.
This is great,
thank you,
Chef.
guys. Thank you, guys.
Chef Tobias, thank you. To get these recipes, you know what to do. You scan that QR code, or you can go to today.com/food. You can see more of Chef Tobias on celebration season. That's this morning on Today all day.
And of course, most importantly, the NFL season kickoff. It's a big game. Lions, Chiefs. It's tonight, right here on NBC. Coverage starts at 7 Eastern. Thank you to Chef. Congratulations to our bride and groom. And we are back. But first, this is Today on NBC.
This morning on the third hour of Today, football is back. The NFL returns tonight. We're live in Kansas City with a preview of the big game and our football fanatic, Steve Kornacki, dusting off the big board to break down everything we need to know about the season. Plus, a Today exclusive. Chanel's sitting down with trailblazing supermodel Naomi Campbell.
What's going through your mind when you're on that runway?
I'm just like in some far-off land. And all I'm just like, it's about, I'm looking to the light.
The fashion icon opening up about her career, mission, and motherhood. And our series, Love Your Mornings. Our own Allie Love showing us how to flip the switch when you're feeling a little off. Her secret for bossing up. Today, Thursday, September 7th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Oh! Welcome. It's the third hour of Today.
What did you just...
I said, oh!
Oh!
Yeah. Very excited. It's Friday Eve. Some call it Thursday. Craig Melvin, Albert Roker, Chanel Jones.
Good morning.
Dylan is off this
She's
morning.
not the only one.
We can't thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday morning.
We can't thank you enough.
We can't.
Leave him alone. Let him breathe.
He's skimming the tree.
I am skimming the tree.
Just 9:01.
We were just outside for this wedding.
I was just about to say, how was the wedding? Was
We
it
were
great?
I'm coming off a wedding high.
Cue the music.
We just attended a wedding. Come on.
There's the music.
A wedding and now
fans
football.
have had the date circled on the calendar for months.
Yes, the NFL season kicks off tonight in Kansas City, where the Super Bowl champion Chiefs begin their season to defend their title. And NBC's Kaylee Hartung is live inside Arrowhead Stadium. It's kind of the calm before the storm. That's a nice little spot you have there, Kaylee. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, this calm, it will not last for long. Chiefs Kingdom is fired up and ready to go, still riding high off that second Super Bowl win in just 4 years. But hey, no team has had back-to-back championships in nearly 2 decades, not since Tom Brady led the Patriots in 2004. So they've got some work to do to defend that title. And tonight, in front of about 80,000 screaming fans here in Arrowhead Stadium, the Detroit Lions are coming in hungry for an upset. Now, this is a team that's in really unfamiliar territory. They just had their first winning season in 5 years. They're favorites to win their division, and yet they are still underdogs here tonight. Guys, there's a lot of excitement to look forward to opening weekend. You got Aaron Rodgers making his debut for the Jets when they face the Bills, a team no doubt inspired by the return of Damar Hamlin. How good does it feel to say it is football night in America, guys?
There you go.
I'm ready.
Like
I think I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Kaylee.
All right, we're now to break everything down that we need to know about the game, the season. We've got NBC News political.
Skimming the trees.
Well, you know, here's the thing.
see, that's
I'm completely thrown off because
why?
there are no khakis on Kornacki.
Well, because
They're at the cleaners.
it's a new season.
You only have one pair?
And also
Do I get an indulgence for the?
Okay. Well, our pigskin
Yes.
pundit is here.
All right, so let's set the stage, Steve. So we have obviously the Kansas City Chiefs facing off against the Lions. What do we need to know? Get us started.
This is a really fascinating matchup. I mean, you don't need to sell the Chiefs in terms of a compelling team, defending champions, trying to repeat, preseason favorite here. But a couple wild cards tonight to keep in mind with the Chiefs. Number one, Travis Kelce got injured. It doesn't look like it's too serious, but he's questionable for tonight. Huge part of their offense. They got one of the best defensive linemen in the league, Chris, who's holding out. So they're going to be short some players tonight against Lions. And meanwhile, the Lions, we are not used to having expectations for the Lions heading into a season. They won 7 of the last 9 last year. They won against the Packers in Lambeau to end the season last year, knocked the Packers out of the playoffs. Expectations haven't been this high in Detroit in years, maybe decades. You see, they have won one playoff game in 65 seasons in the Motor City. They're expecting, the fans are, to add to that.
It's been a sad franchise for a long time.
Not anymore.
But take us back to the 91 Lions.
Let's take a trip in the time. The fans in Detroit might like this because we say one playoff win in 65 seasons. Here it was. It was the 91-92 season. They defeated Washington.
Kansas. Woohoo!
There you go. Remember, Barry Sanders was the running back. Wayne Fonts was the coach. Chris Berman at ESPN used to call him
him Rasputin because he'd win just enough games to avoid getting the axe every year. What was 1991-92 like when the Lions won that playoff game? The top movie the week they won the playoff game was Hook. Remember that Julio Roberts, Dustin Hoffman, 60 Minutes? Hey, it's still around. And this was the big home entertainment phenomenon. The Super Nintendo was just released. A little bit of a different world back then.
That's awesome. Is it too soon to ask you about the Super Bowl? Should we go there? Anybody's chances?
Hey, they take bets in the offseason, and it's an interesting. Well, actually, let's jump to that right here. Yeah, take a look at the odds here preseason. As I say, the Chiefs are the favorite, and the team that the Chiefs defeated last year, the Eagles, the second choice. Now, it's only happened once in the modern Super Bowl era that the two teams that played the Super Bowl the year before meet again the next year. That was Buffalo, Dallas about 30 years ago. So again, the Chiefs the favorite. The Eagles, hey, they were a long shot last year. They're getting a lot of respect this year. You got Buffalo, you got San Francisco, and at the other far end of this, the worst odds, the longest shot. Sorry, Cardinals fans, but I think they're not surprised. 400 to 1 on the Arizona Cardinals.
It's going to happen. And we haven't seen a repeat in the Super Bowl since this. Patriots back how long? I can't remember.
Patriots did it 2018, 2019, and now you've got the Chiefs, and you're talking dynasty with the Chiefs. But like we say, there are a couple of factors with the Chiefs here. How long is that Chris Jones holdout going to continue? What's the status of Kelsey? Interesting.
All right, thank you, Steve. Barry's sister taught me history.
Barry Sanders' sister?
Shout out to Wichita, Kansas, right there. All right, strong family. All right, you can watch tonight's game here on NBC starting at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Steve, thank you. Please go to the cleaners and get your khakis. There's also something special that's planned tonight during halftime. The NFL and Kansas City Chiefs are announcing a new initiative to recognize female educators. It's called the Norma Hunt Super Bowl Champion of Education, in honor of the beloved matriarch of the Chiefs who passed away back in June. And here to tell us a little bit more about the initiative and more is Chairman and CEO of the Kansas City Chiefs, Mr. Clark Hunt. Clark, good morning to you, sir. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, good morning. It's great to be on with you this morning. We're very excited this evening to be able to announce the program you just referenced, honoring my mother, the Norma Hunt Super Bowl Champion of Education program. It's a fitting way to honor my mother's lifelong passion for education. She was a teacher back in high school, and we're pleased to be able to take a female educator to the Super Bowl in conjunction with the NFL. It's going to go to a teacher for their commitment to the classroom, for their passion for education, something that we're very proud of as an organization, and I know my mom would be very honored that the league and the Chiefs are doing this.
Clark, why was it so important to continue her legacy this way? I mean, it's such a great idea to be highlighting female educators.
Yeah, it sure is. I mentioned my mom's passion for education and the fact that she was a high school teacher. My mom also had a special connection to the Kansas City Chiefs in the game of football. She was there with my dad during the early days of the American Football League, and when the Chiefs came to Kansas City and was there by his side for almost 40 years. She had an amazing Super Bowl streak that went 57 years. It was very fitting that the last game she got to see her Chiefs lift that Lombardi trophy. And so the Super Bowl is really going to be the perfect forum for us to continue her legacy and her passion for education.
I love that. Well, while you're there, since we're talking about it, the odds are in the Chiefs' favor, as you just saw there, for repeating a Super Bowl win. How are you feeling about your chances? And, of course, one of the keys to your success is tight end Travis Kelce. Anything you can report about his status for tonight's home opener?
Yeah, well, the team, the coaching staff, Andy Reid are all very excited to get the season underway. We have to put last year in the rearview mirror at this point. We feel really good about the squad. Obviously, we were disappointed that Travis had a little bit of an injury a couple days ago. He'll be a game-time decision tonight. But I definitely would not bet against Travis Kelce. He loves the game of football, and if there's any way, I know he'll be out there with his teammates tonight.
While we have you, not to turn this into Sports Center really quickly, Clark, Chris Jones, are we optimistic about being able to re-sign him?
Well, we love Chris as a person and a player, and we're very hopeful that he's going to report here in the coming weeks. He was a big part of our Super Bowl run last year, and certainly would be a big addition if he was to return to the team.
Clark, thank you. And congratulations, by the way, on just a tremendous initiative in honor of your mom. Best of luck this season, 6-1 odds. So look forward to seeing you in Vegas.
Thanks very much. That's the goal for the team for sure.
All right, take care. When we come back this morning, an exclusive interview with an icon and trailblazer, Naomi Campbell. I sat down with her to look back on her legendary career and what's going through her mind when she's walking that runway. And then later, Allie Love is here this morning. She's going to help you love your mornings when she shares her secrets to boost your mood and your confidence. We'll be right back.
We are back now with a Today exclusive. More of Chanel's really revealing sit-down with supermodel Naomi Campbell.
I enjoyed it. For decades, the fashion trailblazer has been a staple on runways and magazine covers. I was so thrilled to sit down with her to talk about her groundbreaking career, her major projects. Look at this. And motherhood.
Supermodel Naomi Campbell has been a trailblazer in the fashion world for over 3 decades, making history as the first black model to land covers of Time and French Vogue.
Supermodel, do you like that term?
It's not whether I like it or not. We have been coined that.
That is true.
And we cannot change that.
But
I don't have any superpowers.
Now, at 53, she has unparalleled allure and remains a force to be reckoned with. Naomi, along with her supermodel peers, Christy Turlington, Linda Evangelista, and Cindy Crawford, graced the cover of this month's Vogue, titled The Greatest of All Time.
I couldn't believe Anna did that caption. It was really lovely. It was fun.
It's stunning. What was it like behind the scenes with you guys? Is it like a reunion? Are you showing
It's always
pictures?
a reunion, catching up, sharing, how family's doing. Hard to get us on set. Hard to shut us up. But, it's a lot of years, a lot of decades.
I always wonder, you get this fierce look. What's going through your mind when you're on that runway?
No, I'm just like in some far off land. And all I'm just like, I'm looking to the light.
Wait, speaking of the runway, I have to ask you this question, Naomi. So, have you ever been to a club or a party when Beyonce's Get Me Body comes on?
I have.
And there's a part, for people who don't know, there's a part in the song where she says, do the Naomi Campbell walk, Naomi Campbell walk. And I have been in Paris and I have been in Harlem and St. Louis when that song comes on. Doesn't matter where you are around the world, everybody tries to do the Naomi Campbell walk.
Oh, I love B. I mean, truly.
Have you been around when people try?
Have I been around people try? Sometimes.
Yeah, because we all try. I'm 4'11" and I try.
Oh, gosh. We all have a walk within us. One day I'll be able to play it to my daughter. She's not there yet.
Naomi is a mother of a 2-year-old daughter and 9-week-old son.
What is it like?
A lot of fun. I love it. It's a lot of fun. Each day is a surprise. You don't know what's going to happen, what my daughter's going to say. She goes to her potty. She's like, Mummy, privacy. And I'm like, huh? She's like, I said, not to your mama. You can do that to everybody else, but to me.
I love it.
Don't know where she got it from.
Now, Naomi is out with her first clothing line called Pretty Little Thing.
For me to use my platform to bring in other designers and share my platform with them, because I want people to know them. Those that don't get the light, those that don't get the recognition. That's my mission right now. That's what I've been doing the last few years, is going around the world to emerging markets and shining the light on those that don't have it, that deserve to have it.
Campbell is also a big part of Victoria's Secret's new rebranding campaign, including the Victoria's Secret World Tour documentary.
The film is beautiful. It was so much fun making it. The reimagination of Victoria's Secrets of the VS20, the tour, I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised.
It's a rebrand for Victoria's Secret, a bold move after years of criticism over the company's culture, image, and a loss in billions in sales. Their Angels fashion show was permanently canceled in 2019. Naomi is also no stranger to controversy. She made headlines years ago for several altercations, including pleading guilty to misdemeanor assault in 2007. It was a tough time, but she says she's owning it.
You've been so honest about, over the years, about your ups and your downs, and, you know, people ask you about, do you have a temper? Are you tough?
I feel that I've learned not be in denial with who you are. Don't blame people for things that go wrong in your life. You have to take that responsibility as yourself. And not be in denial that, okay, I had an issue. No, embrace that you had an issue and deal with it. You know what I mean?
So no regrets?
No regrets, but lessons, you know, all a work in progress, and I accept that.
What do you want people to know about you in the season that you're in now?
I'm just in my quiet space. I'm in my family space. I'm in a space of sharing, but not to take my kindness for weakness, because I know the difference. And I don't take anything for granted.
Oh, wow.
I'm obsessed with her.
I love that last question.
It was, you know, I really, and I said this earlier this morning, I admire creatives who evolve.
Yeah.
You know, she was discovered at 14 years old. She's not going to be the person who she was at 14, at 53, but she really is. When I asked her about her new fashion line, her eyes light up, because she really is trying to shine a light on emerging designers in places around the world who normally would never expect Naomi Campbell to come walk into their shop. And so when she puts on their clothing, I mean, their career changes.
Absolutely.
So I admire that.
And by the way, two more beautiful women on camera.
Thank you. When you sit down across Naomi Campbell, you almost just have to just let it go. I mean, she literally glows.
Yeah.
Like, she's literally glowing. Thank you, Naomi, if you're watching. Victoria's Secret World Tour will stream on Amazon Prime on September 26th.
That was really terrific.
Thank you.
All right, coming up next, our series Love Your Mornings. Allie Love is going to tell us how to head into every single day like a boss. And then later, two bosses who are making an impact for the planet with running gear that looks good and does good. Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
love your mornings. We are helping put you in the right mindset to tackle your day. So today, contributor Allie Love calls it bossing up, and she's here to help us feel empowered and confident. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
What's up, Allie? We're here for all of those things.
I love this conversation because who hasn't been in a moment where you don't feel your most confident self?
Absolutely.
Right? And we need a few things, a few tools in our toolbox to pull from so we can boost our confidence, whether it's a morning, a night, or a day.
When you say boss up, what do you mean?
Oh, boss up, meaning set the standard, establish the tone, right? So set the standard means like there's no point in following the rules when you can solve real problems for real people by listening and staying curious. And then establish a tone means any room or Zoom you walk in, you can affect people's energy negatively or positively. We all know this.
Okay.
So you have to own that power.
True. We agree.
One of the things that comes up first is the way you look. So Riley here, who looks very familiar.
Hi,
Can y'all tell?
Susan.
Savannah Sellers' little sister.
Yes, this is Savannah's sister. Riley's rocking a look that I think is confident. Today I wore my afro. Many of us, when we're trying to be our most confident selves, we have one or two looks that boost that internal confidence. She has a slick back pony, a red lip, and a cat eye. Just keep it simple, keep it fierce, keep it focused, baby. You look great.
You look great.
Wow. Fantastic.
You know, it's funny you say that because sometimes when I feel like I need I'll wear my three-piece as opposed to, a sport coat because I feel like that kind of brings
How you
up.
feel.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Sometimes how you look on the outside will affect how you feel on the inside.
Let's talk about some confidence-boosting content, and we'll get to the music and what people listen to in just a moment. But you maintain this book changed your life?
I love this book, Radical Candor, Kim Scott. I think the read is a necessity. The reason for it really informs you how to handle yourself in your professional setting, personally and professionally, and then how to carry that with you throughout the day. Sometimes we feel less confident when we're in a meeting or when we're around our coworkers. And so it's like how to speak up, how to stay focused in those moments and truly be yourself. And I think this book really, gives you the tools for that. So I love it. I've read it a couple times.
What about what we're listening to?
A boss playlist. I mean, why not? We're going to boss up.
It's called the Boss Playlist.
It is called the Boss Playlist. Is this yours?
yours?
Yes, I made this playlist
this is great.
specifically for all of you.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Yes, this is all our women empowerment music.
This is
You
like
can do
an eye
it
chart.
for your walking in the morning, Al. Hot girl walk, Craig. I know you love a hot girl walk.
I do.
Craig does a
on
hot
the
girl
tread,
walk.
on the fellas on tread. But this is music that really reminds you of who you are,
That's a great
and I
playlist.
love it. Yes.
So
Got some
did you
Janet
put
Jackson
in
on here,
boss
too.
playlists on Spotify?
Yes, on Spotify.
Lauryn Hill.
Yeah.
This is a great playlist.
I remember in the 70s, there would be these posters on walls like a cat on a limb, hang in there. But you've got a more modern version of this.
I do. I think what you feed yourself internally is so important. And we talk about this all the time. And so these are some of my favorite quotes. If not now, like if not you, when? If not now, when? And I think it's like, it's a reminder that you are important and that you are here and you can do this. Another thing that I always say, work the quirk. This is a little quirky, so don't judge me, folks.
Okay.
It's called, you call it work the quirk.
Work the quirk. Work the quirk.
Okay.
Anytime you need a confidence booster, look at photos of yourself, photos of you and your friends. It reminds you of who you are in the public eye. Like, how does the world see you? And so it sounds weird to look at yourself, but go through your photos and look at
pictures
yourself.
in your office?
Yes.
Of our pictures. And you do too.
Yes.
In fact, I have you go in my dressing room right now.
Yes.
Al Roker's picture is
There you
above my
go.
door.
I mean, who doesn't want to?
That reminds you of what you don't want to be.
And you know what? I will say this little the quotes
Same.
and stuff like that. I grew up with them all over the house. My mom would put them in the bathroom, so I feel like it was good for her, but it was good for me as a teenager too to see these things when I
You're
left the
feeding
house.
yourself. You're absorbing it.
Yes.
And my last thing, which is really, really important, is when you need a confidence booster, text your friends and have them remind you of who you are. So I've texted my friends Emma Lovewell or Sierra and just say like, I need a moment. Can you just help me? Like I'm like, hey, hype moment, come through for me, sis. And she does. And these are just like, they'll send me a text message.
That's a great idea.
Hype moment.
And I have a little surprise for all three of you. Okay. All right. So, Al, you're up first. Now, you're good at reading the teleprompter. I saw you on your live this morning. So, let's go ahead and read. Can you see that? We're going to roll this teleprompter. Al, who is this from, Al?
That's from Jim Gaffigan. It's in this age of anger, ego, and artificial intelligence. You're an unsung hero. Everyone has struggles and heartbreak, but you seem to embrace every moment with authentic kindness. The world needs more Al Rokers. Please don't end up being a serial killer because that would make me look stupid. I got bad news for you, Jim. But thank you. That's awfully nice. He's such a lovely man.
Not just Al, Craig. Take a look.
Whose text am I reading? Oh, this is my younger brother.
That's beautiful.
Read it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, man, God broke the mold when he made you. Your understanding and compassion for others is something most don't know. Wow. I love to watch you when you work because your love and passion for your craft is absolutely remarkable. If we were in person, we would raise a glass of bourbon. But here's to you, my friend. Continue to knock it out of the park. Wow.
Does that make you feel good?
Almost made me cry.
Yes, yes.
Okay, here you go.
Jeez.
That is so sweet, Alan. And Chanel, of course, for you.
Oh, Dylan.
Oh, that's so sweet. Dear Chanel, your laugh brings me so much joy, and your zest for life is infectious. Thank you for knowing me so well.
Aww.
Our friendship is truly special.
Yes,
That's a great idea.
Yes,
you,
texting
Allie.
your friends and family to remind you of who you are is the biggest confident booster. So I hope some of these tips, again, in your toolkit, you can pull from at various moments in your lives.
And you can be there for others. That's just
That was great.
What a great idea.
Thank you, Allie.
Thank you, Allie Love.
Well,
Man.
speaking of love, author and purpose coach Jay Shetty is here to talk relationships, how to improve yours, and help for anyone who's looking for love. But first, it's not your run-of-the-mill clothing company. Two friends making gear that gives back to our planet. Third hour of the day. I'll be right back.
That was so nice.
This morning in Impact Thursday, two friends turning business partners, and they're running a different kind of company. They make athletic gear for your workout that also helps out the planet.
It's our promise to make the world a better place through running.
And how'd you come up with the name? We knew we wanted to use an apparel brand based in running, which is a sport that we love, to make a difference in the world.
Activewear brand Janji is making waves with its commitment to expanding access to clean water, giving 2% of its proceeds to further the cause all around the globe, from the Philippines to Mexico to the American Southwest. Mike Bernstein and Dave Spandorfer started the company in 2012 and are approaching a major milestone.
By the end of this year, we should have given our $1 millionth back toward water causes.
This journey beginning with an idea sparked at a track meet in college.
How do you decide we want to make a difference in the world and we want to do it through the lens of a running apparel line?
It was the hottest recorded day in May history in Cleveland, Ohio. We had water on two sides of this track. Someone spraying us down, someone giving us these cups of water. And we had experiences learning about the water crisis. It was during that track meet that this idea crystallized.
They ran with that idea. Now, each season's collection focuses on one region, featuring designs of local artists. The company also partners with organizations on the ground to improve access to clean water.
It's just one of these problems where it literally trickles down into so many facets of society. You have kids that are sick, so they're not able to go to school, they're not getting education. You have parents that aren't working. And if you can find a solution for that community, the impact is just immeasurable.
Janji has even navigated uncharted waters by developing sustainable clothing.
How is your apparel line different?
We have multiple certifications to ensure that the product is produced the right way. 74% of our synthetics are made with recycled polyesters. And then we have a 5-year run everywhere guarantee that every single Janji product lasts a minimum of 5 years. And then we also have the first ever biodegradably enhanced synthetic running top. This shirt, which is made with polyester, doesn't take 400 years to decompose. It is gone in a landfill in under 4 years.
One of the big problems that adds to the landfill
situation in this country and really around the world is there's so much production.
The most important thing is avoiding pieces ending up in that landfill. And so on the one side, we make gear that lasts. On the other side, we're very conscious of how much we make. We make very limited run collections so that when they sell out, they're gone. But at the same time, there's not excess pieces at the end of the season that we are throwing away.
The duo hoping to continue turning the tide.
Do you worry that some of these other companies kind of take notice and go, oh, we like what they're doing, we're going to do that?
Look, if the big companies out there decided they wanted to give 2% of their sales toward water projects, make things incredibly sustainable, have a 5-year guarantee, work with artists, that's awesome. We would love to be an inspiration, not just for the big companies, but new entrepreneurs out there who are starting businesses and doing something really special with their time, with their energy, with their career, because we feel so lucky to be able to do this in the sport that we love and in a way to see the world around us.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, they're making good clothes and doing good at the same time, which is kind of cool. In fact, they just released their first running shoe yesterday.
That's the shoe there?
In fact, yeah, this is it over here. This weekend, Mike's going to be wearing it when he runs an ultra marathon.
Oh my goodness.
31 miles. Ooh. And he's running with his newborn in a stroller.
For 31 miles?
Yeah.
Better than me.
That is. Those are going to be some great shoes. And what a fun experience. What a cutie. So it's almost athleisure as well, right?
Yeah, but it's a great lifestyle. Everything's for the majority recyclable materials. Really great stuff.
I love that. Thanks for introducing us to that one. All right, still to come, author, coach, and podcast host Jay Shetty is here to dish out some lessons on love and how to strengthen your relationship. And then later, a love seat for football fans. We are sharing the top tailgating gear to help you prepare for the return of football.
Oh, I want that.
We'll be right back.
This morning in our series, Life Lessons, just like the Beatles sang, all you need is love.
And love is the subject of New York Times bestselling author Jay Shetty's latest book.
It is called 8 Rules of Love, How to Find It, Keep It, and Let It Go. Jay, it's always good to have you.
I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you for having me back.
Enjoy your spirit and your energy when you come into this studio. Let's start with the book. So you break love into 4 stages. Explain the 4 stages.
Yeah, I feel like we always think we're either in love or we're not in love. And actually love is more like a set of stages. So you have preparing for love when you're single. Okay. You have practicing love when you start dating someone. Then you have protecting love when things start to go wrong and the challenges start to arise. And then finally, you have perfecting love, which can either mean staying together or even learning to let go.
Okay, let's talk about preparing. I think it's interesting. You say before jumping into a relationship, you think it's important to spend some alone time.
Yeah, I think we've made loneliness seem like the bad guy, and actually spending time in solitude can be a massive strength.
What's the longest amount? I know you were a monk. What's the longest amount of time you've been in solitude?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Maybe a few hours.
A few hours just by yourself.
Yeah, by yourself. But I think it's really powerful when you realize that there's a you before a you during, and a you after every relationship. And I think when we forget that, that's when we lose our identity, lose ourselves, and even lose our self-respect in a relationship.
Fair. So you're in that solitude. You find your focus, hopefully. But you say once you start to connect with somebody, that you want to connect with somebody and help them become your guru.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is a counterintuitive idea that comes from Eastern philosophy, the idea that your partner can be your guru. Now, when we think of guru, we think of someone telling you what to do and someone teaching you. Mm-hmm. That's not what a guru actually does. A guru is someone who compassionately listens, understands, doesn't criticize but cheers you on, doesn't complain but communicates, and doesn't compare you to anyone else, but challenges you to become better. So you want to be with someone who helps you grow. Does that person bring out the best in you, and do you bring out the best in them?
Yeah, and to follow up on that, how do you be a guru to your partner? Because sometimes Deborah will say, well, I didn't want you to solve this for me. I just wanted to talk. I just wanted you to listen.
The first step is to just be present. Can we just be present with our partners when they're asking to share how their day was or a difficult challenge that they've been dealing with? Can we just be present with them?
This is good advice. I hope my wife isn't watching. Speaking of partners, you in your book, you tell this pretty funny story about your engagement to Roddy. Yeah. I know who you're a huge fan.
I think she's delightful.
You talk about, not to give away too much because we want folks to actually read the book, but you tell this story about how your engagement didn't really go as planned.
Yes, yeah.
If you could do it all over again, what would you do differently?
All right, well, I'll tell the short version. So when I proposed, I planned this extravagant thing. So we were on the bank of the Thames. We were walking down there. I had this a cappella group pop out and sing Bruno Mars, Marry You to Her. Then they gave her a bouquet of flowers. I got down on one knee. She said yes. Then we walked around the corner and we had dinner there, like set up by the bank of the Thames.
Jeez.
And I had her favorite food come in, but it was cold because we were on the bank of the Thames. It wasn't the ideal setup. So that went kind of wrong. Then we walked around the corner and this beautiful white horse-drawn carriage was there to take us on a trip around London. So we did that. Then we get in the train on the way back to her parents' home to tell them what had happened. And when we get to her parents' home, they open the door and they look at her face and they go, "What happened? What did he do to you?" And she had hives all over her face.
No.
And that was the day we realized she was allergic to horses. And I had no idea. I had no idea. And the reason, the way I do it differently is I realized that proposal could have been anyone's. Yeah. It wasn't personal to us. It wasn't unique to us. The song wasn't unique to us. The horses were what I'd seen on Instagram. I just put together something.
Yeah. Well, you were young.
But still, but a little bit more personal.
I realized love had to be a lot more specific and
that's so
By the way, before we let you get out of here, happy birthday.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much.
Happy
I appreciate
birthday.
that. Thank you so much. It was yesterday.
How'd you celebrate?
I was working, doing what I love every day, living my purpose. So it was great.
And you're not working, really.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're living your purpose.
Exactly.
They said we always enjoy
Thank you, son.
Thank
Grateful,
you.
always.
We enjoy you, and we especially always enjoy your cardigans. 8 Rules of Love. It's available now. And by the way, if you've never heard it, you should check out Jay's podcast, and it's called Appropriately on Purpose.
Terrific. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Hey, coming up, the perfect tailgate is in the bag. Whether you're watching football at the stadium or at your house, we're going to get you ready for big game day.
Oh!
Nicely done. Third hour today comes right
I feel
back.
like you didn't celebrate like you should have.
you haven't heard, the NFL season kicks off tonight on NBC. So if you're planning to go to a game or watch from home, you do not want to miss the latest episode of Celebration Season on Today All Day. It features Shop editorial director Adriana Brock helping us get ready for game day. Scan the QR code to see the pics she's got for us. Good to see you, kiddo.
Hey,
Welcome
guys.
back.
Hi. Thank you so much. I'm so excited for football
wild about
season.
the jersey, but welcome back.
Listen, haters gonna hate. But, you know what's up. You know what's up. But yeah, I'm so excited for this episode of Celebration Season because we met a couple, Christina and Fredo, and they wanted to throw the ultimate tailgate. Now, they're Giants fans. I didn't hold it against them. And I'm sharing some of the products in the episode, which Dylan hosted. So I'm really excited. The first one is this canopy that we have, and it's to kind of, you know how you need some coverage for your tailgate, inclement weather, you never know.
Just shade from the sun.
Shade from the sun, especially with this heat wave. What's really great about this canopy is it attaches to your rear lift gate, so you don't have to worry about, like, you know how the regular four arms, those could fly away. Those are so annoying to set up, and the last thing you want, when you're entertaining, the last thing you want is something super cumbersome and big. This is really easy.
That's cool.
And look, it packs away.
And can I tell you something? On another note, if you are watching your kid's soccer game and it starts raining and there's nowhere to go,
keep it in the truck.
From experience, just asking for a friend. It's great. It looks like it's easy to get out. Is it easy to pack away and put back
It
in
is.
the bag?
It actually, we set it up. Me and Fredo set it up, and it's kind of like a camping tent, but really simple.
Okay. You cannot have a tailgate without the tunes.
Yes. So Fredo is a DJ, and he usually brings around his DJ equipment. But I told him, let's hook it up with this portable speaker from Anchor. It's really great.
Anchor makes
it packs a serious punch, you guys. It's got a little strobe light, too, so it dances with the music for a little bit of jazz.
It's not too big.
It's not too big, and it also has a USB port, so you could charge your phone with this.
Very
And
cool.
a single charge of this lasts for 18 hours. So
18?
Yeah, so this is a great hosting just must-have, even in your backyard.
This next item, I have to in full disclosure, my daughter, Courtney Roker-Lago, works for this company, Chef IQ.
Really?
But I will tell you, this is a terrific item.
So this is really cool.
This
So
is
Chef IQ came out with this a few months ago, probably a year ago at this point, because I remember when I first got it, I was like, if we ever do a tailgating segment, this is the perfect thing to have. It's a meat thermometer. So this is really
small.
cool. And it's so small. Check out how small it is. What I really like is that you set it and you forget it. So you never want to overcook or undercook your protein. And I'm not a chef. I'm not a professional.
And it's got a great app. And it gives you recipes.
You hook it up with the app, and it'll ding and tell you when it's time to flip your burgers. Put on the marinade. So
I got 3
awesome. It's such a cool.
This I love.
Okay, so tailgating must-have is seating. I know everyone's usually playing games, drinking, and eating.
think I can get
You
back
need
up,
some
but I'll-
seating. We've got this is great. It fits 2 adults. This is a great little love seat. And look at how easy it folds up, you guys.
Yeah, again, even for the sidelines at a game.
Wow.
Yeah. And I mean, I go camping Memorial Day weekend, so this is like something I'll keep year round.
That's cute. Y'all stay.
Yeah.
How about a little cornhole?
Okay.
Oh, who doesn't love cornhole?
We gotta do a
That's the
challenge here,
rudest
guys.
sounding
Hurry
name.
up. Cornhole is a must-have.
Let's go.
The Commanders didn't have any bags, but all right,
ready
it's all
to go.
about the Eagles. So let's go.
They had bags. You just didn't want to use them.
No, they didn't. They
Liar.
didn't.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Close.
come on. All right.
How much is this a reasonably priced one?
Guys,
Getting
yeah,
very
so
close.
these are under 100. You can get custom bean bags with your team's
that's
logo on.
Oh,
so close.
Hey, guys, thank you so
all
much.
right.
Out of time.
Today may receive a commission for purchases made through the QR codes on our links on our website. For more tailgate tips, tune in to Celebration Season this morning at 10:30 a.m. on Today All Day, on Peacock, or on your smart TV, hosted by our own Dylan Driver. Third hour of Today. Bingo! We'll be right back. Well done.
It's celebration season on our streaming channel today all day. Dylan is preparing us for the NFL season with tailgating, food, and fun. So watch this morning at 10:30 on Peacock or your smart
We
TV.
got to do a segment that gets you to the eye.
You want to come with me?
You can't see.
Here I can see it.
Olivia Rodrigo tomorrow on the 3rd hour.
All right. See you tomorrow.
I can't see the word.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker. Today, feeling overwhelmed by your to-do list? We're here to help. Plus, celeb chef Alex Gornishelli is whipping up a weeknight classic. And we're talking about Hollywood hotshot Austin Butler in a hunky new role. We've got your sneak peek.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Center, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey guys, welcome. It is Thursday. It's September the 7th. It's a good day. As they say, it's a good day to have a good day.
Great day to have a great day.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
School is in session.
Yes, I know all the parents are like, I've seen so many of those memes and videos of parents dropping their kids off at the bus stop and then doing a dance like in the middle of the street. Anyway, celebrating.
It's true.
Yeah.
We all need a little space.
Yeah, everybody does.
I feel like my kids are happy to be away from me.
And how do they are?
Yeah. I think they love me, but I think they're happy to have a little space
so
for
after
me.
the first day, how exhausted is everybody? You don't realize one full day of school and they come back and they're like,
they're so
stumbling
tired.
around.
And
They're so
I have
exhausted.
to say, I had a very hilarious day yesterday because you know how you make those signs?
What do you mean?
Like the kids are like, first day of first grade.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm not really a
don't do
sign
that.
mom,
No.
but we did it. And so the kids are like, first day of connecting, and everybody's like, what even
What's
is connecting? Then we did a first day of homeschool for Holly.
The cat?
I wish I had my phone.
The first time in your life
Holly
you don't
was
have it.
sitting beautiful, and she had a little sign. Like, we just kept the signs.
Wait, first day of
homeschool.
schooling for Holly
I'll post
the
it,
cat.
and I'll send it to y'all. We'll put it on thing.
Okay.
She looks so cute. Then we return home, and Henry's been out of town, and he made a sign.
What did it say?
6 year of commuting 5-hour flights. And he just was like sitting on the doorstep like a little kid.
Okay, you know what? Y'all
I
are
was
funny.
dying.
You are
Anyway,
fun.
do you think it's weird that we think the best of the pictures was the one of Holly with her homeschool?
By the way, that is the cutest
cute.
thing. All right, let's talk about Austin Butler.
We
Okay.
love to talk about him.
We adore him. He was so good in the Elvis movie, and we were wondering, like, they kept saying, get a new gig so that you can kind of get out of the
what
persona.
do you do after that?
Yeah.
So we've been waiting, and now his new movie is finally here. He is in The Bike Rider, and he plays Benny, a bad boy in a 60s biker gang in Chicago.
Yeah, the movie also co-stars Tom Hardy and Jodie Comer, so let's take a look.
It was the golden age of bike riders. And I never felt so out of place in all my life. That's when I saw him for the first time. It took my breath away.
I'm Benny.
5 weeks later, I married him. I thought I could change him, Not to be different, but to be, I don't know, like he's wild. I want you to quit writing.
Don't ask that. Benny. I need you.
I didn't know I could be more into him than I already was. You know what's so interesting?
That very first shot, that shot right
yeah,
there.
wow.
That
Imagine
shot
walking
right
into
there.
a pool hall like Jodie
Look at
Comer
that.
does and looking up
Look
to
at
see
his-
that.
Look at that. And how about that whole smoldery, broody,
Riding
kind of
him.
like...
Have you ever ridden with a man on a motorcycle?
Yes.
What?
Yes. I've ridden on the back of a motorcycle once.
With a man driving?
Yeah. And there's something very weirdly secure about like hanging on.
Yeah.
Well, how about you?
No, I've never done it.
Because you're scared?
Because I'd rather not. Henry actually tried in Paris to make me ride one of those motorized scooters.
The Vespa?
We were trying to go see an art gallery. He's like, no, the ones that where you stand up. They've actually now eliminated them because there's been so many deaths.
They have those here. The motor?
No, like a
not
scooter.
the same. No, a regular, like a scooter, like your kid rides, but
they're motorized.
Okay.
And I just said
that took a turn. What does that have to do with Austin Butler?
Well, because just riding on the back
By
of
the
a
way,
motorcycle.
he's very smoldery. Austin Butler has that thing. It's like, and how about every girl says what she said, what Jody just said, which is, I think I could change him. Here's the thing. You know what people say? Here's an example. So let's pretend you married a plumber, and in the middle of the night, the plumber, your husband, is getting up to go fix somebody's leaky pot thing, and he comes back, and then every day you're like, why did you do that? It's like you picked the plumber.
Totally.
The plumber's going to get up in the middle of the night over and over and over, and that's the life you chose. So it's like we can't change the person. No. And
you can evolve together,
yeah,
but you cannot change the person.
No. Because that's who you chose.
Totally.
And you can't say, well, now, if you can't ride your bike, then that's who you are. So, you know.
But Austin Butler can ride that bike.
Yeah.
You know what's sort of interesting about him is that I see, he dates Cindy Crawford's daughter, Kaya Gerber.
They're cute.
Aren't that a beautiful couple?
Is that confirmed?
Janet, like, because I like to throw things out.
Sometimes you're like, or was it her, or was it Gigi Hadid?
No, they date.
Okay.
They date, but I swear I see him in paparazzi photos strolling around Los Angeles in leather jackets. Like, I wonder if he's taking a little.
Two of them?
Yeah, he's always in a leather jacket.
He likes that look.
Well, I just wonder if he's taking the biker Benny into the next phase.
So that'll be his persona for a while.
It might be.
We like that.
Okay.
All right, so we got some big music news overnight.
The Rolling Stones, y'all, they just announced their first album in 18 years.
Wait, 18?
I know.
It's called Hackney Diamonds.
Okay, and the first single is called Angry, and the music video features current It Girl Sydney Sweeney. Let's take a look.
Cool.
I like it.
God, some of these rock bands that have been around forever, and these guys are still up.
I mean, how
is that great? That's crazy.
And when you see them in concert.
Yeah, did you see the Stones?
Yes, I saw the Stones in concert probably now a long time ago.
Yeah.
But you can't even believe Mick Jagger, the way he can move.
Move like Jagger.
Yeah, in the hips.
Yeah.
But, I think he's 80 years old.
You know that is so crazy. That's so crazy. I think it's really cool. It's also they're doing what they love.
Well, exactly.
And that's when
and
it works.
continuing to put out new music.
Yeah.
When you want to be in a music video?
Be in a music video?
I'd like to be in a music video.
You would?
Like, do you remember that Aerosmith song "Crazy" with Alicia Silverstone?
Yeah.
That's of our era. Gavin remembers it. Like, when you want to be those two girls in it, I'd like to be Sydney Sweeney, but I'm not.
But we're not. But maybe there will be a music video for you. Hackney Diamonds is out October 20th.
That's the name of their
about it.
album.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all, if y'all haven't heard, we're taking the show on the road. We're super excited. We are headed to the sunny island paradise of Bermuda, and we want y'all to come. Thanks to our sponsor, the Lauren Hotels, we're having a contest for one viewer and their guest to join us.
Yeah, you'll enjoy 5 days, 4 nights at their resort featuring, you got ocean views, you've got signature sandy beaches that are pink. So just send us a video, 60 seconds or less, telling us why you'd be fun. So you can come with
we
us.
want to have some fun in the sun with y'all. So get those videos in. The contest closes Monday night. Let's go to Bermuda. What do you say?
It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait.
So much
All right,
fun.
coming up next, guys, do you have to take down a social media post if your friend asks you to?
Yeah, probably so. We're solving your social dilemmas right after this.
I have a question about our opening shot.
It is time to help out our viewers in a segment we like to call
Hoda and Jenna's Social Dilemmas. All right, here we go. Let's get started. So here's our first one, guys. Recently, I posted a photo to my Instagram. My friend asked me to take it down because it features a photo of her that she thought wasn't flattering. Do I have to take it down?
Yeah.
Take it down.
Here's something that I think all friends should do for one another. Ready? Let's take a selfie, okay? You and I. Cheese. Now, when you look at the selfie to see if you're going to post it, you don't just only look at you. You look at everyone in the picture. If the other person's eyes are closed or if it's not a great angle of them, you don't post it.
Good. Smart. Yeah. And I guess, I mean, if it was just her and her friend, if it was a group photo and everyone was somewhere. But even if it's a group,
I think you got to support your girls.
I think you do. And if your friend does tell you, I really don't like it, definitely take it down.
Yeah.
I couldn't care less if my eyes are closed open and someone posts it.
That's
Who cares? But I do think if it bothers you, your friend should take it down.
Totally.
We would. Okay.
Okay, here's the next one. My husband and I have a favorite restaurant. In the past month, we have been seated once by the restrooms and once by the kitchen. My husband insists we should take the table we're given, but if it happens again, I want to speak up and ask for a new table. Is that wrong to do?
Of course it's not wrong, girl. No one wants to sit by the restroom.
No.
That table is the worst.
Totally.
I mean, people are coming and going and standing in front of your table.
And you only have so many dinners out in the world. You want to make sure you're having a great present date night and you're not distracted.
And it's all tone anyway. I think if you just say, look, is there another table available? Or we're happy to wait for an extra 15 minutes or so. We don't mind
are
waiting.
here on date night and we'd like a little privacy.
Yeah, I think it's very fair. All right, here we go. On a recent birthday invite, my friend specifically stated, no gifts, please. We did bring just a little something for them to celebrate. Shouldn't they still write us a thank you note? Oh, girl.
No. No, I mean, I hope when you gave them the little something to celebrate, they said thank you so much. And that's wonderful. But no, if they said no gift, please, you broke that thing, then you just need to understand that they're not going to write a thank you letter.
Yeah. I mean, I think I get that you want them to acknowledge. Like, have you ever sent flowers and not known if someone got them? And you
then
don't
you
want
have
to say,
ask,
hey, did you get them? They're like, yeah. But the flowers were a thank you.
For
whatever it was.
Yeah.
So they don't need to say thank you.
I know,
they're awkward thank you
I know,
things.
but you do wish that they would just text and say, I got
or
your
just a
beautiful
quick
flowers.
picture so that you know they arrived.
Yes, exactly.
But there's nothing worse than going, I wonder if they got them. I wonder if they got them.
I've had to ask before.
And don't you hate that feeling?
Yeah.
Anyway, you're not getting a thank you note for your bottle. Okay, if you got a social dilemma you'd like us to solve, tell us about it. Go to hodaandjenna.com and hit the connect button.
Coming up next, y'all, feeling overwhelmed? We'll meet some women in the same boat and we'll get advice on how to lighten your mental load. Y'all all are going to need to hear this right after this. Okay, if you feel like you have 100 things running through your mind and a to-do list that never ends, You are not alone. Millions of folks are feeling overwhelmed and exhausted by their mental load.
Mental load. I like the sound of that. Jessica Gross is a New York Times opinion writer. She explored the topic in her book. It's called, great title, Screaming on the Inside. And also with us are Lanier Delancourt and Jamie Banks. They're moms who know that feeling all too well.
Okay, we're going to talk to everybody in just a moment, but first, take a look.
It's all the other stuff in the background that you're constantly thinking of.
Doctor's appointments, what we're gonna eat, when we're gonna eat it.
The mental load is the interior planning and forward thinking every second of the day.
Hi, I'm Jamie.
Hello, Lanier Delancourt.
I am a mom of 3.
I am a mother of 2. I also actually have a stepdaughter.
The demands on mothers are just ever increasing.
Here I am heading out to pick up another carpool in between meetings.
I'm sitting here running through my to-do list.
Every day there's some new obligation.
All I do is think about what needs to get done, and no one else is thinking about what needs to get done but me.
There's 14 different spirit weeks. Your kids have more after-school activities.
This is the unseen labor that is draining.
It's all the things I have to think about constantly.
I can't keep track of everything, to be honest with you.
There's more coordination, there's more advanced planning needed.
I have about 5 birthday parties and have not bought one single present. I have to swing by the pediatrician to pick up the preschool forms, and then I need to race back to meet the laundry repairman. I got 3 emails today that I'm overdue to sign up for tennis.
We feel like we're gonna be blamed if anything goes wrong.
The existence of the mental load is not the woman's fault.
I do feel like I'm losing it. I break down sometimes. Can somebody help me?
We need help. We need some support here.
There's too much for one parent to do. There's too much for 2 parents to do.
When I try to offload things to him, I have to tell him what to do. And that to me is not offloading because I'm still thinking about everything. Can somebody help me think about some of the things and you can tell me what to do and I'll just go ahead and do it.
Oh, okay. You're hitting all the right notes here.
We feel
seen. We're all feeling it. Jessica, it's so good to see you. Ladies, good to see you. So, Jessica, I feel like I wonder about our mothers and if they felt what we're feeling. Is this something that is kind of relevant to moms now, or is this just something that they knew how to deal with better than we do?
I think they felt it. I think it has only increased. I think the amount of time mothers spend with children has increased exponentially since the 70s. And just this week, I'm thinking about my life where both my children have gone back to school. They go to 2 different schools. There's 2 entirely different app systems that I need to be logged into. And I am getting 16 communications a day, and I need to keep track of, oh, the curriculum night is the 28th, but I have a work conflict the 28th.
Right,
and
all that.
It's just an endless churn. And I do think that is unique. That's new to today.
Yeah, it's so interesting, but like you've been studying this for a decade. Does it get worse and worse over the last 10 years? Because I actually feel more stressed now than I did with 2 babies, and they were doing similar things. Like, I actually think for me, it's gotten more intense.
I do think that's an age of child thing, because when they're babies, when they're toddlers, you know where they are every minute. There's just not that much to do. They're in daycare, they're at home. I do think with the age of child, the obligations increase. I honestly just don't think it could get much worse than it is.
Your girls are older. They're middle school and high school, right?
Middle school and high school.
Okay, so do you feel like if you're comparing now to what it was when they were in elementary school, do you have more or less to think about?
I would say it's more. So in my opinion, I feel like, when they were little, it was easier, right? It was more physically demanding in the sense that if they're having trouble, you pick them up and you put them somewhere else, right? And you take them out of trouble. You can't do that now. Like, you have to psychologically speak to them and hope that they will get it. And in addition to that, they're in so much more. You have to get them from point A to B, back to A, over to C. It's just a lot.
It's a lot. Jamie, you talk a lot about drop-offs, which, I mean, drop-offs are really hard. The carpool line is not my favorite place to be, and you actually left your work, started your own business so that you would have more time.
Do you?
How did that work?
Not only do I not have
have more time, but my children can physically see me not spending time with them now. So before I used to be in an office somewhere that they didn't know, but now they're like, play with us. Why can't you play with us? Why can't you hang out with us? And I'm like, I know it doesn't look like it, but I'm working.
We want to get to the point we are going to have solutions for everybody, but I do think it's important to figure out like where we are emotionally in this moment. Your book on the Screaming on the Inside kind of addresses all of that, how we're feeling and how women are dealing with this kind of anxiety.
So they're feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. How are they dealing with anxiety? Not well. I think that many people feel that they are just at a breaking point. And one thing I did see during the past 3 years is more people moving near family. Because
to help,
families were not meant to be raised just by one parent, just by two parents. You need a village. It's a cliche, but it's one that is absolutely true. And so I'm seeing people rely more on their communities, asking friends for help, just reaching out because there's just no way.
Are you guys all type A personalities?
Yeah.
You are?
I definitely am.
I wonder if it's unique, because I think we kind of are too when it comes to, I wonder if this kind of feeling is unique to type A people who have to get everything done, or if it's something that affects
so
others.
funny about that. I think that's where that list comes in, right? Like we were talking and I was thinking to myself, well, I never really get rid of everything on my list, but if I don't, I feel empty. Like I feel like
haven't finished.
I failed.
I got more to do.
Are there any
There's
things
so
that the
much
two
more.
of you have found that kind of help relieve some of the stress?
I've tried time blocking before where like I try to set myself up for success in the morning and say, these are the things I have to get done. These are the things I've committed to the kids that I'm going to do with them. And these are the things that I can ask for help with. But it doesn't go as well as I ever wanted to go. And then it makes me feel even worse.
So you've got good intentions in the beginning.
The day starts off well.
Okay, should we get some solutions?
Yes, please.
We'll do it after the break. We've got advice from a psychologist on how to cope with feeling overwhelmed. That's next.
Wow.
I mean, I feel...
Back now with more of our conversation about quieting the constant worry in our minds over what can feel like an endless to-do list. And we've got somebody here that can help.
Indeed we do. Ann-Louise Lockhart. She's a pediatric psychologist, a parent coach. Also back with us are the moms we met before the break, author Jessica Gross, Lanier Delancourt, and Jamie Banks. It's good to see you guys. Ann-Louise, I think we need help.
We need help.
We've established that in the first segment. But there is a feeling of we're not enough. We aren't doing enough. We need to be doing more, no matter what we do. And that's a tough thing to battle, I think, as moms.
It is. And I think that we have this never-ending to-do list and never-ending emails, and we think that we'll get it done and we'll check it off as I have my list in front of me. And we're telling ourselves a lie, because we're not going to get it done.
So what should we do then? If we know we can't do it all, what do we do?
I think we need to first start with accepting it as it is, that we have a to-do list, and we will always have a to-do list. It'll never, our inbox will never be empty.
Okay.
That's the truth.
Okay, that's something we need to think about. I mean, one of the things that I keep thinking about when I'm hearing y'all talk and just when we talk every day is that we spend most of our time worrying about cleaning the dishes, doing all of this, doing that, and I speak for myself, not like being present with my kids, not playing with my children. And can they feel that?
Yes. And I think that's where, Jenna, we have to avoid those global statements that we have to get it all done. We have to go to all the meetings and do all the laundry and all the dishes. For me, I see it as I'm going to do this one load of laundry. I'm going to do these set of dishes. I'm going to clean my desk. And so not doing
like
all of it.
Clean the whole house
right.
or organize
No.
before school. Those broad statements.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do think it is one of those things you were talking about. We all feel like we need to be able to do more. But how do we as moms realize, like, number one, to live in the moment? Because
Totally.
that's what we keep talking about. And also, like, are we upset about how other people are judging us? Or are we upset about we can't do? Like, what's the nut? What's the root of it?
So I think we have to remember that we can't stay on this hamster wheel of doing all the things all the time, because that's not setting a good example for our kids.
How so?
Right?
What do you mean?
Well, because if they are always seeing that mom is the one that does all the things all the time and never stops, never quits, and never does things for herself or takes care of herself, what kind of example is that setting for them?
Right.
That we work until we burn out?
Yeah.
And that we're always
good.
doing the side hustle, we're always doing the
Yeah.
work all the time? I don't think that's a really good example for our kids.
Okay, well,
What do y'all think,
mom
by the way?
experts,
I
yeah.
agree. I now that my older daughter is 11, I give her more responsibility.
Oh, you do?
I think we are all in this family community, and we all need to help each other out. The idea that it's just one parent's responsibility or both parents even. We all have our roles to play, and I think that's really important to know.
No, it's so true. I mean, Mila's putting the kids to bed tonight.
Wait, what?
I mean, I'll be
love that
there,
for you.
but she wants to start babysitting Hal on the weekends, so she's putting the kids to bed tonight.
wow.
It will mean that I will also be putting them to bed, but
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes. I mean, when you hear this statement about knowing that you will never be done with
Yeah.
your to-do list,
Yeah.
we've sort of established that we're all type A-ish.
Yeah.
Can that sit okay with you?
I think it takes time, right? I think that we're all trying to strive to be the best for not just ourselves, but for them, right? And you talked about the role modeling, and that really hits home because my daughter told me the other day, she was just like, you work all the time and you never take a nap or any rest. I don't want to do what you do.
She said,
And
that's big. Yeah.
I don't want that for you either, honey.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet.
By the way, yeah.
Chills.
Jamie, what do you think about some of this advice? Do you think it's applicable to you?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Someone told me the other day, like, you're not choosing the right things that you get credit for. So, like, to your point, like, my kids could care less if I do the dishes or if there's toys everywhere.
Totally.
But they, like, it really is important to them if I just, without distractions, play Legos for an hour.
Yeah.
And that would
An
be
hour?
the well, I don't know.
Wow. Girl,
See,
that's
there I go.
gold.
I
There
think
I
let's
go, like,
do
I'm
it for
very
15 minutes, y'all. Let's start at the 15-minute increment.
Legos for an hour.
There's
You get
patience.
Baby steps. See, that's the problem, right?
What?
But that I'm saying an hour.
Yeah.
That's
believe you would
that's
do
like
that.
cleaning the whole house. This is the problem.
Okay, would you please help her with some advice?
Well, but I think that's one of my big to-dos
Yeah.
and takeaways
Yeah.
is to remember to have fun.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
to-
right.
to
Well,
engage
maybe
with
she
that.
likes building
You
Legos.
don't want to play for an hour.
She might like
no,
it.
she doesn't.
Do you like it?
I mean, for 15 minutes, I might.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But you
I
can-
like playing
but boundaries,
Uno.
But boundaries are important for kids. They like boundaries.
Yes, but one of the things that I think is really key is to look at what do I value as a parent? Do I value nature? Do I value entertainment?
totally.
Do I value humor?
Something that you
And
value.
also,
engage
and
in
what
that.
about as a woman?
Yes.
What about as a person
Yes.
as opposed as a parent? Because I don't know that any of us are doing what we like without our kids.
Yeah.
You said to go out in nature, to take walks, to do things
your
that fill
thing.
you
Yes.
up.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
And the playing with the Legos doesn't have to be literally the whole hour. It could be 15 minutes where you're directly playing with them and 20 minutes where you're observing them and just commenting on their play.
But she'll be like, Mom, come on.
Yeah. Why aren't you playing with us? You're so boring, Mom. That's what I hear.
Talking to ourselves. this is actually our therapy session.
Well, thank you so much.
Guys,
we
thank
could go
you.
on and
we
on.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can check out Jessica's book. You got to. It's called Screaming on the Inside. It's at today.com/books.
That's so fascinating. Coming up next, NFL kickoff is tonight, and Alex Guarnaschelli has the dish for your football lovers right after this.
Thank you.
It's so
fan of the humidity.
All right, y'all, it's back to school season, which means you could probably use an easy baked meal to feast your family.
What's going on, Alex Guarnaschelli? She's got the dish for us. It's one of her favorite recipes, straight from a new cookbook. It's called Cook It Up.
Yes.
Bold moves for family foods. Hey, girl.
Okay, I love this so much.
And we
Yeah,
love you.
because this is just something you never have to say, hey, kids, I hope you like
this.
dinner. It's just
But
a
you
no-brainer.
didn't write this cookbook by yourself.
No, you did
No.
not.
You co-wrote it with somebody.
My daughter Ava, who's just turned 16, and even through
Oh my God.
all her little like, I don't want to cook today, and I want to cook today. 16.
Yeah.
The giant mood
Depends.
swing.
Right.
She just said, I want to make these recipes, and I want to.
How
So we did half
special.
and half. The recipes.
So she's watching you cook, and you watched your mom cook, and everybody's in line.
Oh, she really, you know what?
Sweet.
My mom got a lot of brownie points through this
Yeah.
process. She was like, wow, grandma was really happy. I'm like, what about me?
Yeah,
You know,
totally.
about
You're
me?
going to get that, but later
so
on.
what are we making?
Yes.
Okay, so you're making stuffed ricotta shells, right?
Yes, I love how I can get you two cooking so easily. So you drop the shells and you cook them for just a couple minutes.
Yeah, because I made this recipe
dente,
before, not
right?
exactly yours, and I overdid them, and then they broke.
Yeah, it happens.
So wait, so should they be chewy, like
yeah,
al dente?
you definitely want a little tooth on them because you're going to bake
otherwise
them.
they break.
Then you're going to bake them.
How long? So
Oh
how
yeah, I
long?
don't like when it's
I don't like a chewy al dente pasta.
I know,
Sorry
but
to
they
be
got this-
controversial.
and you can't stuff them when they're too cooked. I speak from experience.
Yeah,
Am I
no,
right?
it's true. You want to get that middle of the road. 3 to 5 minutes tops,
3 to 5.
depending.
Okay. Now
We've
this
got
is important.
This is key.
ricotta and parm and basil and an egg in there.
Does
and
the
then-
egg help it
Should I
stick?
dump the parmesan?
Yeah, go ahead. And mix, please. I love this.
And
I'll
what's-
see you guys later.
What, a little salt, you said?
Yeah, pinch of salt. And then I put the tiniest bit of ground nutmeg and I just crop dust.
Wait,
What's that for?
What's that
We
about?
crop dust with a little nut to get it in evenly. It wakes up that little creamy note in the ricotta. Just a pinch.
By
You
the way,
can
I
use
love
allspice.
ricotta cheese.
Me too. I
Do you
could
know
eat
what,
this.
Alex?
I could just eat this.
Alex, do you know what I do?
Uh-oh.
I make ice cream using ricotta.
Oh yeah,
cheese.
she
Do you
does.
really? That's hard to
No,
do.
it's not. You put it in the blender with ice and some sugar-free maple syrup. It's real good.
I've tasted it. It actually is quite delicious.
good.
Okay,
Okay.
now I
Believe
think
this.
the key to this. See, look, it's kind of hard so that it doesn't
fall
break.
apart.
The
It's gotta
key
be
is
like
that
a
you
little
use
cannoli.
this little thing.
Yeah, so this pastry bag, but you could use a regular disposable plastic bag and just cut the
Snip the
corner
top.
off.
But I mean, it's hard to stuff it with a spoon, or you think you could do that too?
You
But
could, but look
why?
at this, just right
Why
in there.
would you?
And then
Well,
we
'cause
line,
some of
and
us
then
don't
you
have
literally
fancy
just
equipment.
pop them all in the dish. I love how you two are like, I feel like this is something you're gonna go home and make.
I might take it home, like that dish, pop it in the micro, and pretend I made it. Is that
I think
cool?
you should. And then
Wait, so
sauce on the bottom.
So a layer of marinara on the bottom and then on the top?
Why do you do that?
Well, because the steam from the tomatoes and the sauce keeps it kind of moist.
Yeah.
Right? It's like a
So it
hydrating
doesn't get too
facial
hot.
for the pasta. But also, you see these little bits that are hanging out? They get a little crisped up when you bake them in the oven, so you get that kind of like
I love that.
crunch, you
and
know?
then Parmesan on top.
Then more parm. We pop it in the oven. We bake it. A little basil on top.
Look how beautiful.
Now, how long did it take to cook that through?
You want to take about
Thank you.
20, 25 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You're really just looking for it to be hot
Okay.
all the way through.
Okay.
Now, could you add meat in this stuffing, or that's
Are
tricky?
you kidding? You could add cooked sausage. You could add ground beef that's cooked,
yeah.
turkey, chicken.
You just need to make sure
could-
it's cooked.
You could add some, honestly, you could add some chopped up, like, scrambled egg in there and canned tuna like my grandmother did. But Ava and I made these recipes for this book together, and she said, wow,
That's
Mom, I
delicious.
didn't realize how cool Grandma was. You know, like...
Didn't you love that?
What
Yes.
else is in the cookbook?
So we did Ava's lunchbox, which is all the things Ava. And
Like
she
what?
likes some kookalicious lunches.
Like what?
She's got like a little rice bowl, little bento
Ooh,
box,
cool.
little sandwich. Sometimes she goes Americana. Sometimes she goes in a totally different direction.
Does she cook that the night before, or you're the one doing that?
No, if she says, "Get out of the kitchen, Mom. I'm doing it." But you know, and then there's some days, by the way, where she says, "I don't want to cook at all. You
Yeah.
cook."
By
And
the
we
way,
just enjoy
Do
that
you think
balance.
she'll be a chef?
I don't. I really don't.
You don't?
But you know what? I don't know. The other day she said, maybe like when I'm in college, I'll have like a bakery or a... And I said, well, you can cook it up and just put it on display and make all the recipes
Totally.
from the book.
You know what? It sounds like you're doing it just right, because I think parents that say, this is important. We do this. The kid just totally rejects it.
Rebels.
Yeah. Anyway.
I cooked so much and she ignored me. Do you know what I mean?
That's
Totally.
what parents.
And I was like, okay, kid, you want to stick there with your little, hard-boiled egg? Have a good time.
But by the way, this is amazing.
I can't
My
stop
kids
eating it.
would love it.
All right.
And it's great for football. To get this recipe, go to today.com/food.
Coming up next, from your dining table to your coffee table, we've got home design star Shay McGee sharing some simple tips and tricks after this.
This is good.
Let's say you can.
Elevate Your Space is sponsored by Dunkin'. Enjoy your coffee at home with the new Bold and Smooth Dunkin' Cold Brew Coffee Concentrate.
We're excited, guys. Shay McGee has been helping people create stylish and comfy living spaces for a decade now. And more recently, she's been sharing her passion for home decor on the hit Netflix show. It's called Dream Home Makeover.
Yeah, now Shay is out with a beautiful new coffee table book. It really is exquisite. It is called The Art of Home, and it's filled with tips for creating beautiful spaces.
Look at that.
Like that kitchen.
Shay.
And that bedroom. Shay. Oh, and that living room.
Shay, you got it, girl.
Shay, you are so talented.
So wait, is the book something that you could, it's like a teaching piece?
Yes.
Oh wait, The Art
It's
of
right here. Look how beautiful it is.
Okay, can we see?
You know, I have been working on this book, but I wanted it to be full of inspiration and imagery, but also teach people.
So, okay.
And so it's
So that
full
any of us can do
tips
this.
and tricks, and there's even a guide at the back, like paint colors.
Can I see the guide?
Styling bookshelves, styling coffee tables.
Okay.
Okay, we like what you do.
This is awesome. Okay, so now what's going to happen?
All right, so we spend a lot of time in our living rooms, right? So you're gonna.
So I'm gonna put your design chops to the test.
I'm cheating.
Get some tips.
All right, okay, fine.
Okay.
Hoda, you're going to be on this coffee table.
Okay.
And Jenny, you're going to be on the round coffee table.
Okay.
And I have this table of options here. So I'm going to step aside, and you have 30 seconds.
Wow,
on the
that's
clock.
short. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Is it
tight.
short?
To
I don't know what to pick.
style the coffee table.
Honestly,
Okay, you can do it.
Okay.
On your mark.
On your mark. Get set. Go.
Wait, you can't take all the books.
I can.
No, you can't.
I don't know how to do it, so I'm taking them.
Okay, Jenna, I like that you grabbed a tray.
Yeah, but she just took all the books.
But are you
'cause you
sure
like books.
you
Are there more
want
books?
a rectangular tray on the round coffee table?
Well, what? There's not a circular tray. You're not giving me good options.
We do have some round bases.
Excuse me, I'm very busy making
sorry.
mine look.
With some fake flowers.
No, those are okay.
Those don't really work. Do we have scissors?
I always love a candle, so that was a good move. All right.
This is not my best work.
You know, I see some things that are working for you and a few things that we could improve on.
Okay, look, see how nice she said that?
Very
nice,
kind.
Shay.
We should talk to our children that way.
Okay, all right, Shay. So
Okay, I love to use groupings when I'm designing a coffee table so that everything doesn't look like it's floating. So you guys did that. We have this grouping, a tray here. I think you didn't have a round tray to work with.
No, I didn't. I see what you're saying.
But if
So you
I have a round coffee table, I like to use a round
tray.
shape and then create 3 groupings. On a rectangular coffee table, I love that you used the lower flowers instead of doing something really tall, because if we go,
I did not see those.
If we go really tall, it can block the view.
Okay.
I try to keep things a little straighter here.
Okay.
right here.
All right.
And then I would create groupings. So next to the candle, I'd
What would you
probably
put?
maybe
A
some
clock?
coasters.
Coasters.
I wouldn't do the clock because
Why?
you don't get a good view from all sides.
Oh, okay.
But also, y'all, who uses a clock?
Nobody. All right. Okay. Shall we stroll over here? 'Cause
Let's
we
go
want
to the
some real
dining
tips.
table,
Yeah.
and we're going to watch you do it.
Oh, okay.
This
So-
is your dining table in real life, right?
This is my dining table in real life, and I
Beautiful,
really
everything
just
is
want to make
pretty
sure
clean.
that when I'm styling a dining table, that I have a vase that looks good with or without flowers. Because I love fresh flowers, but sometimes I just don't
not
have fresh
practical.
flowers in my house.
Yeah.
It's not practical. So let's say
Like more of a sculpture.
yes.
beautiful
So
vase,
this
by
should
the
look
way.
good with and without.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
And then I like to create a little grouping so that it doesn't look lonely on the table. So a
Okay.
bowl and a taller vase is a great
Way to
pairing.
do it.
Always. It's like a formula that just always works.
Are you putting something in that bowl?
I'm
or
not
just...
going to put anything
We could
in
put
that
some
thing.
pears in there. We heard they were good for digestion.
We did that segment.
Pears. I love to put moss because moss doesn't really
Wait,
die.
what?
Where do you get the moss?
just,
Do you scavenge
a
for it?
craft store.
Oh, a
You
craft
can-
store.
Yeah, and
Look at that
it looks
beautiful
beautiful
picture.
and green.
And what would be your final
So
touch?
this would be something I wouldn't do
Would not.
because
Too much.
the scale doesn't work and we've got a lot of handles going on. So you want
Okay.
to make sure that the shapes work together and that they don't blend into the tabletop.
I
This
think we
bowl
should
blends
just get
in.
your book.
Me
Because
too.
it has all
Or-
the tips.
yeah,
and
Yeah,
tricks.
we would have done so much better had we read your book before the segment.
You can
Thank
pre-order
Shay.
Shay's book. It's called The Art of Home. It's at today.com/books and everywhere you get your books. So I'm glad you
Gorgeous.
put that out. Beautiful.
It's a beautiful gift.
Beautiful.
And we'll be back right after this.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Shay. Good idea.
Coming up tomorrow, TV personality and fashionista Adrienne Bailon Houghton. She's going to help us stretch our summer wardrobes.
Plus, Donna's got a big surprise that we'll have you saying, Opa! Y'all, it's Thursday. That means
Friday.
tomorrow is.
I love Friday.
Isn't that awesome?
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Dwyane Wade, D-Wade, Flash. Winner of 3 championships, member of 13 All-Star teams, selected as one of the NBA's greatest 75 players ever. Now, the 41-year-old is a member of the Hall of Fame. I mean, let's just start at where we are now, because as we sit here, Dwyane Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Just one more time. Can you say that again?
As we sit here, Dwyane Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
When you got the call, what'd you think?
It became real
Yeah.
when I got the call, you know, and all the memories come back, like everything that you've been through. The moments you wanted to quit, you know, your family, you know, the greatest players that, you know, your favorite players that you've watched have these careers that walked into the Hall of Fame. Everything rushed back. But ultimately, I was just like, are y'all sure y'all got the right number?
Oh, stop.
Y'all sure?
You knew you would be first ballot.
I mean, you know, I thought I put a career together that will put me in a place where I could be first ballot, but it's still different when you get that call. It doesn't matter for me. You know, I'm still that kid from Chicago, Illinois, from the inner city.
Wade's drive shaped in part by his early years on the south side of Chicago. He played at Marquette before being drafted by the Miami Heat in 2003. Now, he's a member of a new class, alongside NBA players Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker, and Paul Gasol. It's an honor to obviously go into the Hall of Fame, but to go in with Dirk, to go in with Paul Gasol. I mean, the class that you're going in with.
Incredible, bro.
That's some serious company.
Yeah.
Have you stepped back and thought about that part of the story?
Yeah, because it just makes sense. You know, when I first started playing a game of basketball, I remember I came home one day. I had a big game. I had like 20, 25 for me at that time, and my dad was not impressed. And then I came home another time, and I had like 10 points. I had like 10 rebounds. I had like 9 steals, 7 blocks. Like I had a full stat sheet, right? Yeah. And my dad was impressed, and he was like, "This is how you play the game. It's not about your individual stat. It's about what you're doing to impact the game and what you're doing for your team. This is a team sport." And I never forgot that. And so to be able to go through my career and everything I did, the sacrifice I made was for the team. It was always bigger than me. And now I'm a part of this team. This is one of the greatest Hall of Fame classes ever. And what a way to end my career, to be a part of one of the greatest teams ever to go into the Hall of Fame.
Speaking of teams, you played on some legendary ones. You know, 3 championships, but with different squads. Is there a team looking back that you would put up against any other team in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, 2012 Miami Heat championship team. We're some bad boys. And the reason we were, because we felt that loss in 2011. We got that humble pie in our face, and that next year, just our mentality, you know, our focus, you know, our team unity was what you need to be in a sense like a dynasty. That's how dynasties have to feel, and they do it year after year. And so, but 2012 with that dude number 6 on that wing, and that dude number 3 on that wing, and that dude number 1, and so forth and so on. We some bad boys.
That was a hell of a squad. You've also played with some of the greats. Not to get you in any trouble. Favorite teammate?
Jonas Brothers.
Really?
Hands down.
Hands down?
Yeah.
Why?
We learned everything together. From, you know, when I came in my first year as a 5th pick, and, you know, he came in as someone who I watched make the team, you know. And for 15 years, all the success, all the culture, all the things we talk about in Miami, we held that up. And we was a part of, you know, of building a lot of that together. I do not have the success I've had today without Jonas Brothers. And, you know, I've had a lot of great teammates along the way, but no one protected me like you did. You couldn't mess with me. Could nobody mess with me, you know, and no one understood me and read me and knew how to approach me and deal with me like you did, man. And so, you know, I'm a firm believer, yes, I'm here. And yes, my name will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, but I'm not here by myself. And we all going in the Hall of Fame together. So, UD.
Are there moments from your career that stand out to you? Like you play them back in your mind?
Yes.
Which ones?
Well, the Chicago Bulls, the game winner, right? Jumped on the table. This is my house. That one plays over and over. The game winner in the Garden, my second year. plays over and over. Hitting the game winning, if you ain't ever hit a game winning the garden before, to silence the garden is one of the most beautiful sounds I've ever heard in my life. The dunk on Fairchild.
Oh, yes.
The dunk on Perkins.
Yes.
I mean, I can go on and on.
Were you at all surprised when a few days ago Pat Riley said D. Wade is the greatest player in the history of the Miami Heat? And there have been some other great players who played for the Heat.
Yeah, a lot.
Were you surprised when you heard that?
Absolutely not. I am.
Man, you own it.
Yeah, I own it. I work for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I put 15 years of blood, sweat, and all the tears and everything into it. It's a lot of great players that's come through Miami. It would be a lot of great players. And one day it would be someone else that would challenge it and they would say they're the greatest. But not today. Today is me.
Wade retired from the game in 2019. Since then, he's focused on charity work and various business ventures.
A couple years ago, you became part of an ownership group. Part owner of Utah Jazz now.
Yes, sir.
How is that, being a part owner of a team, how has that changed your perspective?
It's changed my perspective a lot because it's a lot that you don't know. You know it from a player's perspective and a player's side. Getting a chance to get on the other side, you get to know the business, how the business actually works. And so now I'm getting a chance to be exposed to the business of the game that has done everything for me, but it's so much I don't know about it still. And so I'm able to get this knowledge and I'm able to take this knowledge elsewhere and pass it down and become a better businessman and become just better in everything I do by making sure that I understand the holistic approach of the game of basketball and not just master one side. I want to master it all.
There's not a lot of folks that look like us that are part of ownership groups of major sports teams.
Yeah.
How do you change that?
By being a part of ownership group. Obviously I'm not the majority owner, right? And so, we got to continue to, I think it's building a community together. We always talked about this. We don't do enough together. Our community is not built enough to where we have enough money to be the majority owner of, teams that are selling for $4 to $6 billion.
Right.
And so we got to continue to build our wealth and our economy, right? Before we can, be majority. But right now, I take minority because I'm able to get in there. I'm able to learn.
Wade says he's also learning a lot from his children. He shares a blended family with his wife. Actress Gabrielle Union. Wade's daughter Zaya came out as transgender in 2020. Since then, Wade and Union have been vocal advocates for LGBTQ plus rights.
How important is it for that to be a part of your legacy?
I didn't set out for it to be. It's important for me to support my family. It's important for me to support my daughter. And in the middle of doing that, I've become an ally to a community that I didn't know a lot about, that I've had to get educated, about. And it's been amazing for our family to go down the journey together, to get educated together. So this is not something that I thought I would, be an advocate for or an ally for. But it's something I'm so thankful. Like I said to my daughter all the time, I'm so thankful that I'm your father. I've learned so much about love. I've learned so much, just by sitting on my daughter's bed and talking to her for 3 hours, here and there. She educates me. And, my wife and I, we do the work. We show up. I go sit in classrooms, with kids that's a part of the queer community. And to hear them speak, they know themselves more than us adults. At 41, I'm still trying to find myself. They know themselves way more than us. And it's incredible to hear. And so, man, I'm super thankful for the exposure that I've had. I mean, it's all because of my daughter.
entire family is here for the induction.
lot of
Mom's
us.
here, Gabrielle, everybody's here.
Yeah.
When you look out and you see them tomorrow, when you give the speech, what are you going to be thinking about?
Just the impact that they all have had on me. You know what I mean? They've all have done something to help me get on that stage. And, you know, I'm so thankful for my village. You know, I say I've been gifted with a lot of gifts. But the one gift that I got is I've had good people put around me. And it's not everybody can't say that. I have people who have wanted the best for me, even when I couldn't see it. And so, man, I'm so thankful for my village, you know, because you know how it goes in this world, Craig. The higher you go up, that fall is down there waiting on you. And my village they got pillows, they got blankets, they got sleep number beds, they got everything waiting on me to fall to catch me. And I need that, you know. And also too, they tell me the real. They tell me how it is. And so I wouldn't be here without my village.
Any regrets looking back on the career at all?
You always gonna have something you want to get back.
Yeah.
You know, but overall, I'm happy with my career. How can I not be?
You're going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so I don't got no regrets of my career. Yeah, do I want moments back? Yeah, I want moments back. We all do, but I have no regrets. I feel that with the tools that I had from a standpoint as a young man being thrust into this world, I felt I did the best I could. You know, with everything where I come from, and then this world was totally different. I think I did the best I could with trying to be a community leader, trying to be the best father I can be, trying to be the best man I can be. But on the court, you know, I gave everything that I had to the game. I mean, I gave my knees to the game. I have nothing left in these things. And so I gave everything. I gave my heart every night. So I have no regrets, man. You know?
What do you want people to take away from the Dwyane Wade story so far?
Man, I don't know, man. I think, you know, I want people to see me as real. I'm a real individual who deal with real life situations in front of the world, you know, and not perfect. Not perfect at all. Please don't look at me as perfect. But look at me as real. Look at me as a real human being that are dealing with real human experiences. And hopefully someone can grab some inspiration and some aspiration from the things that I've done. Just like I did from MJ, just like I did from AI, just like I did from Magic, just like we have from Barack, right? Like these people who do things that are unconventional. We grab inspiration from them. So I want people to grab inspiration from unconventional Dwyane Wade.
What do you want them to say about the way you played the game?
That I gave my all to it. And at the end of the day, my all landed me 13 All-Stars, 3 championships, top 75, Hall of Fame, and so forth and so on. You can't take it from me. I did it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to cheers you guys because you chose a life in wine country.
Yeah.
And thank you. We're so grateful to have you here and to join our club.
Thanks, yes.
Our Start Today event. And this is such a lovely crowd. And just like, we've been having such great conversations and learning and just like chilling and getting away from the crazy world that we're in. So what made you say, we're going to wine country?
So it's actually, so we moved here 2020, and I feel like everyone during 2020 in the pandemic, it was a time where you just stood still and you really thought about life and where you're at and what makes you happy. And Nikki and I we were living next door to each other in Arizona, but we were just like, is this our happy place? Like, is this where we want to live and raise our kids? And we're like, no, our happy place is in wine country. And so her and I, this is so crazy, but we're crazy. If we go on Zillow and there's 2 houses next door to each other, that means the stars aligned and we're supposed to move. Sure enough, 2 houses, one being my style, one being her style, next door to each other. So it just made sense, and we wanted to be more hands-on in the wine industry, which is what we've been doing the last couple years, and we've had a wine for 6 years. So
Bonita, bonita.
Yes,
Yeah.
bonita, bonita. So I mean,
and to take a few steps back, Bree and I, we used to film our reality shows in wine country a lot, and then we would always do our vacations here. And when we were working full-time with WWE, we rarely got vacations because we were on the road over 300 days a year, worldwide, wrestling. So any chance we had a vacation, which usually would be like 2.5 days, we always came to Napa Valley or Sonoma County. And we never wanted to leave. We were so happy. So that's when 2020 hit, and we were like, well, if we're stuck inside forever, might as well go be by a vineyard.
Right, and at the time, like, we didn't know. Everyone didn't know. We're like, we're going to be stuck forever. No one's ever going to do this again.
Yeah. Totally.
You know, I remember thinking that. So you're like, I'll be stuck here.
Yeah, and being pregnant on top of it, I mean, for us moms out there, when the hormones kick in and all the pregnancy stuff, we're like, we're out of here.
Yeah.
So for people who aren't familiar, you have had quite a journey in your almost 40 years, right?
Yes.
So just a month ago, it's about a month, on the 14th, you announced that you are now not the Bella twins, the Garcia twins.
Right.
And so what prompted that shift?
Wow. So it's interesting because we were the Bella twins for almost 17 years. And it was about a year ago.
How did that come about, first of all?
Our grandfather, full-blooded Italian from South Philly, always calling us Bella, Bella. And so, yeah, so some Italians in here, either Philly or Italian.
Oh, nice.
There you go. And so when when it came to us thinking of a stage name for WWE, it only made sense, Bella, for him. So that's how we came up with Brie Bella, Nikki Bella. But it was about a year ago that Nikki and I, we were in a meeting, and we walked away from that meeting. We got in our car. Actually, we were over in New York. We were in Connecticut. We were making our way back into the city, and her and I looked at each other, and we're like, whoa, we're done. Like this, we just both knew.
Is that a twins thing, or was it like, we're done, like throwing,
Well, and I think because you are very into, like, believe in energy and all that, it was like we both, without even speaking words, we could look at each other, we felt energy in the room, everything, and we just knew that the relationship was over. We knew it was time for us to expand. It was time for us to not ask permission anymore, especially when you hear no a lot. We're like, we're almost 40, I can't be asking for permission, praying it'd be yes, when usually it's a no. There was just so much, and her and I were just like, okay, we need to start thinking about our new chapter, which means thinking about our new name, I guess.
And the Bella was a WWE thing, right? So if you left the WWE, you had to leave that name anyway, so right?
Right. And we were prepared for that. It's WWE's IP. So when Bree and I were in the process of knowing that we were going to eventually be closing this chapter and starting another one, we knew that we would leave that name.
So you said to yourselves?
And we just said, we also want to go back to our roots. We're Mexican-Italian. We're very proud of our Hispanic heritage, and we represented our Italian side for so long. So for us, it was something we really wanted to go back and represent Garcia and that side of us. And it's just the roots of women. Bree and I, when you look at a book, and we have so many chapters, right? And when we are entering this next chapter, we have a life coach, and we do the work on every part of our lives. And we've been doing that probably for the past 20 years of just really working on ourselves, our careers, everything personally and professionally. And it was like, what does this next chapter mean? What does Garcia mean? Yes, it's our name, it's going back to roots, but what does it mean to us? And for Bree and I, it was just this chapter of truly we've always had a voice, but not being silenced, truly getting our power back, not asking for permission, like Bree said, growing in any way we wanted to. So for us, we just wanted to be our authentic name, Garcia. And we just thought of everyone in the past that didn't have a voice and who we could represent now and how we could walk into this next chapter, just feeling us strong and powerful.
Yeah, I think that deserves a clap. Yeah, I was thinking that. But you talk in your book, and you're very open about it, your journey has not been without pain.
Right.
But when did this change, sort of the shift of saying we're not victims? I mean, as children, you had a really hard time, and you talk about that. So if you could just sort of tell us about that, and then when the shift came.
Yeah, I mean, we grew up in a broken home, and there was, there was abuse, and there was a lot of times in our childhood where we just, we didn't have a great relationship with our father, and there was times he was absent due to drugs, and I think that was one hurdle. And then another hurdle for myself, and I'll let you speak on yours, is I lost my boyfriend to a drunk driver in high school, and to have to deal with that pain at a young age and experience that. And Nikki,
that's a lot of stuff before 18.
I mean, a lot, yes, for sure. And then Nikki dealt with rape and before 18 as well. So, we went through a lot of pain, but I think as we had each other, we stayed really strong. But definitely, I feel like our hardships molded us into strong women.
But you talk about like something of that enormity now so casually. It's like,
right.
Don't you wish, and I know you guys, this is a big mantra for you as well, and I know you do this on your podcast, but like if you could only tell your younger self, like, look at me.
Yeah.
Like, look at what's going to happen.
Right. And that's why it's so important to talk about it, because I don't want people to go back and look at the younger self and say, oh, I wish I could have just held her. She could have just went to her mom or just went to someone and talked to, someone about it. I'd love for them to learn from me, knowing that you can.
And that's, I guess, what leads me to sort of your mantra now is that you're all about not asking permission.
Right.
So I love that, because I posted a quote the other day that somebody told me here that when they were saying that no is a complete sentence.
100%.
Like, it doesn't have to be like, I'm blank. It's like gonna pass or no, or I don't want to do that. Yeah. And I know that that's a big mantra of both of you.
Oh, for sure. I mean, well, and it's interesting because Nikki always said, when we were in, more than just wrestling and business and everything, when we hear a no, we actually, now it's depending. If you're saying no to someone to tell them not to do something, yes, no's that. But also when we'd hear no, when it came to asking for permission, we were like, how are we going to turn that into yes? We were always about that. How are we going to turn a negative into a positive? And I feel like as women, it's been a big habit for us to ask for permission. We had to ask permission to vote. We had to ask permission to work hard, to have a job. And I feel like it was embedded from our great-grandmothers, our grandmothers, and even from our mothers. We're at the point in our lives where her and I are like, no, we're not. We're not going to ask for permission to do anything. And if we do some stuff that's like, okay, well, that wasn't good. Oh, well, we're human.
Right. You're like,
we
not
make
great.
mistakes.
I love that you said that, because I feel like we have to give the grace to ourselves. Yeah. Do you care what other people think? Like, if you read an article.
I've opened up my mouth a lot this past year, and, may have got me in trouble with some people, but I actually was the first time ever. I think I didn't care because I was speaking the truth. And I believed every word I said, and every word that I said was honesty. But it was the first time ever that it didn't bother me, because I was just like, well, that's what I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that. Right. Because if you really believe it,
right,
then it's like, okay, you're wrong, or you have another opinion and you do you, but that's not what I think. So thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you.
And
Thank
for
you all for
joining
having
us.
us.
Yeah, thank you.
And so I'd love to leave with just some sort of like takeaway that you think that we could take out of the weekend.
So it was something I've been working on a lot lately is patience. And I saw this quote on Pinterest, and it said, "Be patient with yourself. Nothing in nature takes quick to bloom." And I believe that. I feel like nowadays we're so quick to check on people on Instagram, Facebook, Google something. We get everything quick and done. And I think we get impatient now. And I feel like in my next chapter, I need to allow myself to be patient to see what's to come. Not expect it all now. And sometimes when it doesn't happen now, I kind of get antsy and I think everything's failing, nothing's working out for me. But just like nature, the seasons, like we all get excited when the wildflowers bloom. They just bloomed last week. And it's like, I'm that wildflower. Allow myself to have a couple seasons of getting that rainfall, you know, getting the sunshine, and then I'm gonna bloom. So that's for me right now.
It's like a good vintage of wine, Brie.
You're right.
Yes. And for me, I'm someone who I have a lot of goals and I have a vision board, and it's like I like to hit certain things, whether it's yearly or just in my life, have my own milestones that I create. And sometimes I can have a tough time staying motivated, or I can be extremely motivated. But one of the quotes that I love is, "We cannot become what we want by remaining what we are." And I feel sometimes it's hard to let go of who we were, but who we're meant to be is there. And sometimes, like, I've been on this incredible journey and I've had ups and downs through my life. And I feel like I've been a lot of different versions of me. And that's okay. That's like the story we tell. We get to be these different characters. And who I was then, I'm not now. And I know who I'm going to be in this next chapter is who I was in the past 16 years. And I can't wait to meet her and then look back on myself now and like have that conversation of like, remember when you were 39 entering 40? So yeah, it's, you know, where we want to go, we just know that what are we doing today? What are we doing in the next 10 minutes to be that person?
I mean, I learned so much from you. And
thank you.
You're just lovely, and thank you for being so vulnerable and for sharing. I mean, it's a lot, and I think it helps empower us because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So if we don't change our behavior, and I like just the ability to forgive and like move on from who you were. You don't have to live that.
No.
You could like be like, that was not the right thing.
Yeah.
Let's move on.com.
Totally.
100%.
Thank you so much for joining us for the new rules. And Sonoma County.
I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you.
They're three of the world's most famous brothers, the Jonas Brothers. Kevin, Joe, Nick. The Jonas Brothers have grown up before our eyes.
Welcome to the Jonas family household. This is our life.
Their chart-topping hits are a soundtrack for a generation. This week, they hit the bright lights of Broadway. The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
5-night residency.
5
Broadway.
nights. Yes.
Each night highlighting a different album, including the newest. What can fans expect?
Fans can expect us forgetting lyrics and them helping us.
No. To be clear, Joe forgetting lyrics.
You want to bet on that, Kev? You want to bet on that?
I've done mine. I went to rehearsal last week. I never did Broadway, so this is my debut. This is
your Broadway debut.
Yeah. These guys.
Broadway vets.
Yeah, exactly. So
show you the ropes, Kev.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. They're walking me around backstage, but the fact that my kids are able to come to a show like this week and experience this, it brings it's a whole other reason to do this every day.
Looks like this is gonna be one hell of a show.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
It might break up before the shows are over.
Yeah, exactly.
The fans can expect albums from our past starting in 2007. Tonight, night one, we're playing a self-titled album, Jonas Brothers, and this is something we thought about, honestly, maybe a month and a half ago. We were thinking how fun it would be to put a show together for fans leading up to our new album. And we've never played a record before releasing it, so this will be the first to play it in its entirety. And this theater, it means a lot to us. Nick, when he was, and I'm probably stealing some of your questions, but Nick, when he was it 7, 8 years old?
8.
Well, he was
22 years ago.
He was on that stage performing with Reba McEntire for Annie Get Your Gun. So it's like full circle.
Wow.
I'm back.
It's been a wild ride for the three New Jersey brothers who thrilled fans in 2019 when they famously reunited after a 6-year split. Their new album, called The Album, drops in May. Had the Jonas Brothers not broken up, we wouldn't have this album.
Definitely not.
You might have the Broadway show, but without any new music.
Yeah.
It's all the old music.
All the old.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's talk about this new album.
Yeah.
The Album.
The album.
Get the title. What's the story there? How did that come about?
The story is that we kind of sat down and thought of a bunch of different names. And then we thought about the intention of it all. And if we set out to just say, if you're going to listen to any one of our albums, we think this is the album you should listen to. This is the one that is the most quintessential Jonas Brothers, where we are now. And it just felt like the right title.
The album, this morning I'm listening to it, I mean, it does have this sort of retro 70s feel to it. Was that the intention?
We definitely pulled from a lot of inspiration. Working with John Bellion, our producer, and writer on this project, it was unbelievable. We knew that that's where we wanted to, pull a lot of the inspiration from, but being able to really trust him with this process and help us bring that sound forward and be competitive now in 2023 versus, not just a tribute album to the 70s. This is who we are, and from things like Jefferson Starship, the Eagles, bands we grew up listening to.
The Bee Gees?
The Bee Gees. With our father. Like, we are a band of brothers that sing together in harmony and other things, but also still a band. So what you see on stage in a live format, we really wanted to be able to bring out in the music when you're listening to it as you're driving down the road in your car.
And you guys all live in different cities now, New Jersey and Miami and LA. What was it like physically, just being back in the studio together again as brothers?
Well, we had been playing some shows in Vegas and other places, and we, I think, started to feel that chemistry that only really happens when you're together and playing shows. COVID was tough for everybody, but for our sort of creative journey and chemistry, it was challenging. So getting back on stage, being in front of our fans was the first step. And then I think once we got in the studio, started working with John, we all felt like it was just clicking and all, firing on all cylinders. And the themes too, we spent a lot of time talking about where we were as people first and what we wanted to say. I think one of the things that I love about being in this band with my brothers is that we really get to use our music as a way to express ourselves, and it's really authentic to us. And that shows, from every album we put out and whatever chapter of our journey we were on. But I think this one does a good job of embodying kind of where we are as fathers, where we are as husbands and just brothers, family.
I enjoyed the video for Wings. The music video for Wings off the new album features White Lotus star Haley Lou Richardson, who happens to be a super fan.
She's been a longtime fan and said some really nice things about the band and what it means to her to be a fan now in her adult years as opposed to being a fan when she was a kid. And so when we were thinking of the concept for the video, we all were like, what if we gave her control and let her kind of take the lead here and just do whatever she wanted? She absolutely nailed it. Turns out she has a dancing background, which none of us do, and she's phenomenal. And, every interview and thing she said about that experience afterwards has meant the world to us. But it's truly like including a real lifelong fan in our video. So hopefully the fans enjoyed that perspective as well, and it's one of my favorites we've done.
You've got tracks on the album called Vacation Eyes, Little Bird, my personal favorite, being from the South, Waffle House. Favorite songs from this new album? Well, and we'll start with you, Kev.
I think Vacation Eyes. It's a song, it's about finding that love that you find on vacation. Those moments you find that are supposed to only be there on vacation, but you take it home with you and you want to live that moment for the rest of your life. And
Which you did, didn't you?
That's exactly what happened to me. That's where I met my wife. We met on the Bahamas. And,
oh, wow.
On the family vacations. We were young, but it worked out, man.
And he stalked her afterwards.
I did. It was fine.
It worked out.
Hey,
worked
you know
out.
what? Sometimes, no, that's, yeah. It worked.
We'll leave it there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, leave it there.
How about you, Nick?
I've got a couple favorites, but I think Little Bird is probably one of my favorites. Maybe the favorite. As a new father, really meaningful to me. And I think for our fans too, they're at the same kind of places in their lives as we are. And a lot of them having children or have children. And so I think it's really an anthem about what it is to be a parent and that feeling of wanting to protect, your little one. And Kevin has Little Birds tattooed on him, which was kind of the catalyst of the song coming and speaking to John about it. So again, all these really personal themes, and this one just hits home for me.
Joe?
My favorite song on the album changes constantly. I think today it would be Walls. It's our closing song for the album, and we got to share a snippet of it. I actually played the whole song via record player in our Vegas shows. And the song just gets you hyped. And John Bellion is featured on that track. It's the only song we have a feature on. And that one, it's hard to really describe what it's like, but it is epic, and it gets you going.
The Jonas Brothers now gearing up for a new era and taking nothing for granted.
We've already had success and failed, and we've seen what it feels like to fail. And I think now we're just having fun in this chapter where we're getting to do new and exciting things that we dream up and put together in a couple weeks. And we have fans that are so supportive of us, and we feel like it's like weirdly bigger now because we're just having fun as opposed to when we were really stressed about it all working out. And it's a lot more fun.
I think a lot of people would hear you say that you failed and they would disagree with that.
They haven't watched a few of my personal performances then. I've certainly had a few therapy sessions that I could include them on, but we can leave that out.
Learning curves.
Learning curves,
I mean,
better way to put it.
We all learn from our mistakes.
Totally, sure.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And, I think the band kind of going off doing our own things and breaking up was really the failure I'm talking about. It's like, it was a win for us as family and important at that time, but what came out of it is that I think we're all able to look at this and say, what's gonna make us happy?
And their families expanded along the way. Kevin, Nick, and Joe, all now dads themselves. Let's talk about the other things that have changed since you guys burst onto the scene. Social media. There was no Instagram, no Facebook, certainly no TikTok back when you guys
we had to keep up these days.
broke through.
I feel it, I feel like I read through the ceiling.
It's really changed dramatically the way that you interact with your fans.
Definitely.
How so? How so, Joe?
I think it's fantastic because you're able to connect with fans on a millisecond basis, where when we were starting, MySpace was just beginning. We got 100 followers on MySpace and we were ready to retire. We're like, we did it, guys. We made it. Let's go. I think we even celebrated that night. And now it's so interesting. I mean, for the music industry, it's fascinating and inspiring because people are discovering music way faster and way quicker. Artists that have completely retired or started new careers are having number ones. I find it so wonderful for music in general, and then film and TV. It's really fascinating, and we're just trying to keep up. You know, I think it goes back to what Nick was saying. We just have to have fun in that aspect.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a way for you to really connect with fans and a humanizing level of being like, this is my life. This is what I'm up to. This is what I'm drinking today. Whatever it may be, it's like that easy, simple connection.
What are you drinking today?
I have fluids, waters, tea.
I'm glad you're hydrating.
Yeah,
Glad
two
you're hydrating.
coffees.
2 coffees. Don't do a third.
Take a guess. How many?
2 drinks.
No, that's not the guess. How many millions or billions of views? Hashtag Jonas Brothers on TikTok, would you guess?
Literally.
8 billion.
Wow.
8
billion.
billion.
Where's the
with a
A-cam?
B.
Do they give you a plaque for that?
$8 billion, yes.
Does that surprise you at all?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. It's not something that we go and say, well, how many billions do we have from doing? But it's inspiring. That's exciting. We're so honored, and I think it's a great way for people to be discovering our new music.
I'm loving the evolution of the Jonas Brothers.
Thank you.
It still seems like it's not lost on you guys how remarkably special this journey's been for you. Like you still seem like you're in the moment.
I do think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves when we were younger to get it all right. You know, I think now we just kind of do what we need to do to have fun and continue making music that we love. And I think that's why it's working.
For 11 seasons, we, like millions of others, felt like welcome patrons at a downstairs downtown bar in Boston. The laughter.
Coach, what's the expiration date on these?
Left good.
The romance.
We have sunk as low.
That theme song.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Afternoon, everybody. No!
Good afternoon, everyone.
Harry!
How's it going, Harry? I don't know what I'm supposed to do after that, right?
Well, we give you a straight line.
Sit down and start drinking.
While I did not have a quick one-liner, actor George Wendt always did.
How's life in the fast lane, Normie?
That beats me. I can't find the on-ramp.
So, as a device, though, in the show, was it a blessing or a curse?
You know, it was just easy as pie for me because I just went, oh, awesome joke, awesome joke, awesome joke.
John Ratzenberger often perched next to Wendt as Cliff.
The Romans had an elaborate system of aqueducts there, Sammy.
The postman, a character of his own making, created after he tanked his audition.
I've never been a good auditioner. I don't even understand why they have auditions. See, I always think, look, he's the right height, right weight. He's worked before. Give him the job. and anyway, it was horrible. And I was walking out the door, and I could see my 8x10 already wafting into the wastebasket.
Like, this guy's gone.
Get out of here. And I remember saying, do you have a bar know-it-all? A couple of days later, yeah, they said they want to try the character out for 7 episodes. And then the 7th episode, I went to Jimmy. I said, "Hey, thanks. I had a great time. 'Cause I was living overseas at the time." I said, "Well, heading back, you know." And Jimmy said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, this is the 7th episode, so just contact." He said, "We'll see you Monday. We'll write something for you." And 11 years later, I was still there.
You didn't say goodbye to me.
No, I thought, why say goodbye to him? I'll never see him again.
Wentz and Ratzenberg were part of a crew of jesters, along with Kelsey Grammer, Rhea Perlman, and Woody Harrelson, who made merry while lascivious retired relief pitcher Ted Danson and would-be poet Shelley Long fell in and out of love.
You disgust me. I hate you.
Are you as turned on as I am?
More.
You credited her with keeping the show alive, especially in the first year.
I do think that she was unlike any character since Lucille Ball. I think she was outstanding. I know that I got Sam in large degree because I worked well with Shelley, and Shelley was just, dazzling, I think, as that character. So there's some truth to that. Yeah.
Sam was not anything like you, and I think we saw so much of you over so much time in Cheers. We assumed you had to be a jock,
Right.
you had to be a womanizer, you
Right.
had to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Any of it true?
No, really.
Did I take you to your first baseball game?
First baseball game.
Wait a minute, there's no such drink as a screaming. I think I'll have a screaming Viking.
It was appointment television, Thursday nights at 9. Do not disturb. Cheers is on. Many an episode became an instant classic.
I have never been witness to such a silly, soft.
Oh my God. I don't think I've ever laughed harder in my life.
Yeah.
That Thanksgiving.
There were some
food fight.
personal grudges that were acted out in that.
I literally had beans in my ears.
Still.
Yeah.
Changes to the cast broke our hearts. The sudden death of the beloved coach, Nick Colasanto. Shelley Long leaving the show after 5 seasons.
I certainly was worried. Oh, I just lost my dance partner, Shelley.
Mm-hmm.
So will this even work? And we had done Boy Girl, Sam and Dwyane, so well, but we had done it.
But Cheers kept getting better. The late Kirstie Alley, who died in December, played Rebecca Howe. She was nothing like Diane.
I am Rebecca Howe. I am the manager of Cheers.
She brought the wild, as she called herself, biker chick from hell, woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She was the funniest person living on the edge of just total dissolving into tears and desperate, So she brought a whole new energy to the show. But I think that's like a reflection, once again, of the writers, because we lost Coach. We lost Nick Colasanto, died after the 3rd year. And comes Woody. Boom. The character becomes beloved. Same thing happened with Kirstie Alley.
Right.
One interesting thing is they, I think, pretty much immediately realized that Kirstie and I were kind of cut from the same cloth, whereas Shelley and I were complete opposites, which worked. And so they never put us in a boy-girl alone. It was always a triangle.
Cheers was smarter than most sitcoms.
We did, surefire jokes about Schopenhauer and Kierkegaard and Pomme de Terre. And I remember,
John Donne.
John Donne, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, it's done. I really hope so.
And besides the words, though, you guys were, and everyone involved was smart enough to keep it on 35 millimeter film.
Right.
And the set, by Richard Silbert, and oh my gosh, it was really the A-team putting the look of the show together. And so, even if the jokes were good, if it looked cheesy today, it would be weird. But it doesn't. It looks kind of sharp today.
And was never topical. The audience approved. A loyal legion.
First season, did you think this could work, or did you think we're doomed?
I don't think we thought along those lines.
No.
I
just remember looking forward to going to work every day. How funny it was.
We were protected, though. We were protected by Les, Glenn, Jimmy, and just telling us, don't worry about it. You're doing great. It's
Don't worry
great.
about the ratings.
Don't worry about it. You're doing great. Just keep doing the work. And we really did live in that little bubble.
When did you realize the show was really connecting with the audience? Because as a fan of the show, and as I'm going back and looking at shows over the last couple of days, I honestly almost had tears in my eyes a couple of times because it had an emotional resonance that, I mean, it was deeply felt. As we were fans of the show, we loved it. We loved all you guys.
It really took a couple, 3 years before we realized that we, were really, more or less, that it was going very well.
Was there ever a point in the show where you felt like this is a no-hitter, massive hit, Emmy voters love it, audience loves it, it's funny?
It didn't really hit me until we went to Boston. Like the 5th year?
Oh, for the 100th.
100th?
Yeah.
And they were going to throw a big parade for us and whatever. And I'm thinking, great, who's going to show up on a Wednesday afternoon? It was a sea of faces and heads as far as you could see across Boston Common. And that's when I was really speechless.
A motorcycle cop got injured or something because of the crowd.
So many
or
people.
something.
Yeah, apparently we drew bigger crowd than the Pope, the Red Sox, and the Celtics. And that's when it flattened me. Like, that's because numbers, ratings, they're numbers. So you don't really attach faces and people to it. But that was the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
In later years, there was less rehearsal and more on-set silliness.
When you would have an important sort of monologue or soliloquy, if it
Right.
were, a moment
Right.
that you had an important dialogue to deliver, or you.
And
what did
the
you do
person
to
would
each other?
be struggling with it during
Right.
rehearsal.
Yes.
And the rest of us would look at each other going, we're there for you, pal. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And then we'd get our bar straws and spitballs. And you could hide behind pillars if you knew where the cameras were. And so in the middle of that person trying to do their monologue, you'd see
Oh,
spitballs.
I can see it on camera to this day. If I see those episodes, especially one where Woody was at the end of our end of the bar, and he was talking to somebody, and I spitballs go whoop, and during his monologue, he's going like this.
So one time
It became a sport, too.
I hit
even-
Ted right in the uvula. It was like I zenned it from across the bar. Ting, and I just saw it, and he was, wow.
It was so perfect, you
It was a
couldn't
great
be
moment.
upset. It was like, you have to keep in mind, we were being paid lots of money to be idiots. So we were rehearsing.
Almost half of America tuned into the finale in 1993. 90 million viewers. You could almost hear a pin drop as Sam closed up the bar one last time.
Watching the final episode, as you're walking through the darkened bar after you say good night, all you could hear were your footsteps.
Yeah.
What was that like?
You should ask Bob Broder, who was the
he's
guy
right
at
there.
the door.
He was the guy coming to the door.
Bob is Glenn Lesson, my agent, and he was he really wanted the show to continue, even though we wanted to end it. So we decided to give him an ignominious moment and have him be the last customer.
Oh, the one who
have,
knocks.
And have Ted tell him that the show's over.
We're close.
So if you see the side of Bob's face there, and it's a sad moment.
We all loved the moment too, where when Nick died, Colasanto, Nicky died, and when we came back the next year, he had a picture, a famous photograph, kind of sepia of Geronimo, and we all, probably you led the charge that we wanted it on the set, and
Right.
they all agreed, so it was behind the piano. And I love the little nod of straightening that, kind of as a nod to Nick.
Really beautiful.
Yeah.
Really beautiful. Does it seem like 40 years ago?
Yep.
It's 40 years ago.
40 since we started.
Right.
30 since we ended.
Sorry, we're closed.
To celebrate 30 years since the last episode, we have ordered up the bartender here to prepare some screaming Vikings. And I'd just like to say, for the record, cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Thank you for inviting me to tea.
It's nice.
This
Welcome.
is our tea. We should do that. Aren't you supposed to lift your pinky? Do you know how to do it properly? Like the
no,
royal? Neither do
no.
I. Okay.
I end up doing it kind of like America. Oh no, let's do it like we're in England. It's like cold outside, you know. I think this is now just so you could say, you know, Savannah Guthrie appeared at the Carlisle.
That's
Hotel.
right. I'm hoping it will enhance my reputation.
No, look, dump this stuff. Get your own thing. Just call it Savannah at the Carlisle. Joining Savannah at Carlisle.
Having tea with Tom.
Come on.
I know. Listen, I'm signed up. Are you signed up with me? You've already been my co-anchor once.
Listen. You and I, we have like a road show that we could do now.
We have a shtick.
Well, I know we've been to Indianapolis.
Yes, we have.
We've been to D.C. a couple of times.
Many
right?
times,
Where
yes.
do you want to go?
I don't know. Can it be somewhere warm? I don't know, like
Not this
Savannah
time of
and
year.
Tom tour great spa locations of the world.
All right, that's it. Cut to, yeah. How about that? Us laying on just,
Yeah.
Let's do a shot of us. We're getting massages. And the camera's underneath those holes where you put your
Yes,
face.
it's very
and we could just
flattering.
talk to each other. Oh, it'd be very flattering.
We could chat. Well, you actually,
Crack staff.
I know,
Can you get
exactly.
on that?
Let's get
They're
on
waving
it.
over there.
Bahamas first.
They're waving over there.
I mean, you actually, you meditate, right?
I do.
You're very much on the wellness path. I can learn a thing from you.
Okay, all right. You got to maintain that temple, Savannah. You got to
Yes.
take care of it. So the mind. I've only been meditating. You know who taught I should stop meditating?
Who?
Jerry Seinfeld.
Really?
Yeah, I met Jerry. It's a famous people's club. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Tom. We don't really know each other that much.
I'm not ever invited.
And I said, so Tom, what are you up to? And I said, well, I've been working. I'm taking a year off. Really? You're taking a year off? Why would you take a year off? They're comedians.
Yeah.
So why would you take a year off? I said, well, I'm just really tired. I've been working like 6 years. Well, don't you meditate? And I said, no, I do not. I'm not Goldie Hawn. I don't wear yoga pants, and I don't, have wind chimes in my. No, you've got to. I've been doing it since college. I'm going to teach. I'm going to have you taught how to. And so he did. He put me together with his teacher, and it's a odd, easy, life-changing thing. And should everybody do it? Sure, why not?
Okay, let's talk about your new project. Did you like getting in touch with your inner crank?
Hey, Otto. No. Don't you dare let that little red dog piss on my walkway again. Get out of here. Listen, everybody has one. And my brat kids will probably tell you, when is Dad not in charge with his inner crank?
See, no, wait, I have to stop right there because you are known by reputation and experience
okay.
as the nicest person
Well, I
in
like
America.
to use the word fascinating as opposed to nice. I am one of the more fascinating people. But listen, we have all been stuck in traffic, right? And someone up ahead does not use their turn signal, right? And if they would just do that common courtesy, everybody would know a little bit better. And then you won't end up swearing, a blue streak at the people who did not use their left turn signal. Or, say for example, you pick up a remote to your audio-visual system at home, and you press menu, and you press input, and you press select, and you do all those things, and it never, ever, ever works. I'm going to tell you something right now. I once was trying to get a DVD to play, and I kept pressing all the buttons. And you know what the DVD told me? Like literally it said goodbye. It said goodbye. And I was just trying to play, like Citizen Kane or something like that. So when that stuff happens, I do in fact go absolutely berserk vocally for a long time.
So you do. You have a dark side.
It is when I begin any conversation with this. Let me get this straight. Oh, I'm gone.
Oh.
I mean, I'm already gone. Staff, does that not happen on occasion?
Staff.
Yeah, they're over there, so rolling their eyes. Happens all the time. Why would it work for me? Isn't that another one I always say?
Yeah.
Why would it work for me? A Bluetooth, a printer thing, a key in a lock, a coffee maker. Why would it work for me? It never does.
I'm feeling your grouchiness. You've turned me into a believer.
I'm ramping up here.
Staff,
I'm ramping
I feel
up,
sorry
Savannah.
for you.
See, this is what happens.
It is true, though, that there have been whole profiles written about what a good guy you are.
Well, look, I'm a nice, I wake up happy.
You are a nice guy. People always ask me.
I cut people a lot of slack, and listen, it's all a self-defense mechanism to keep myself entertained.
Yeah.
I'm very selfish in that regard.
When people ask me if you're really so nice, I say no. But I'm just trying to enhance your reputation.
Could you say something other than, well, he's very professional, be very precise. He lives his life with a lot of fidelity. Can you say something like that?
I say he is loving and warm to all he
That's
encounters.
much better than the NICE word, because that makes me sound like a pushover.
I know. I want you to have that edge.
I am not a pushover.
No, edge. And I think Otto has some edge, and I was glad to see you get out that inner grumpiness.
Right, but listen, I wish I had lived a life where people would truly fear me, but I've tried to come in like angry. I just make everybody laugh. So, me. Hey, let me get this straight. You're so funny. I can never get across that barrier.
Tell me about what made you want to do this movie. I heard that you'd read the book, and then you saw.
Well, actually, we saw the foreign film first. It was about 5 or 6 years ago.
You just watch a lot of Swedish movies?
Well, the foreign films at the time, at the end of the year, because sometimes you get like packs. As a matter of fact, the Academy used to send out, here are the 5 foreign films, and the foreign films are always interesting because they're off the cuff. They're usually about another culture that we're not supremely, familiar with. Asia, countries from Africa. And this was Sweden. You think you know everything about Sweden. And the movie is A Man Called Ove, which is from the book. And that he was railing against sort of like the way certain societies work, particularly in the Nordic countries. That was all over in spades, and that really translates to the United States in a lot of ways. You can fight the system. You can be angry against the system. But there was a bigger element to it that I thought this was a guy who has no faith in the future, meaning that he can rely on nobody. He's kind of like running the victim narrative. These people let me down. down, and those people across the street are no good, and no one looks after this except I'm the only one that cares. Every time the phone rings, you know, we did that thing. Remember that one phone robot that was calling up, and a lady said, "Hello, hi, can you hear me?"
Oh, the robocall.
That one.
Yes.
That, you know, we put that in because you can't even pick up your phone innocently anymore without being manipulated by, you know, our corporate overlords.
He disconnects the service after that scene.
Yeah, right after he starts yelling over the thing. So that's where he is. That I felt that Otto. There's a great performance by a fabulous Swedish actor named Rolf Lassgård who played Ove. I said there has already been an Ove. I will call this guy. We will be Otto. I will be Otto. There's so many categories in American life right now of us versus them, plus or minus, on the right side, on the rock side, in favor. And I thought that was what that we could really tear up an examination of that sort of theme. Because look, at the end of the day, a movie has to live up to the theme that's examining, that it is examining. And you know, 2 hours is a long time to invest in this case, a man who has faith in nobody but himself.
But it's not, I mean, it is, there are moments where you just cringe because Otto's so grumpy and so mean.
He's
You're
so
like,
right.
why can't you just say thank you
He's
to that
correct.
lovely lady across the street?
Oh,
you know?
I
But-
get that.
So we wanted to properly introduce ourselves because, you know, we're going to be neighbors and everything. So,
Okay. Bye.
Then you learn that at the bottom of it, like everyone, he has a story and a perspective, grief and hopelessness and loneliness.
This is the thing that I think comes, and I must say that this is what cinema does for me as a moviegoer, is that you learn other people's stories. And no one is a stranger once you know their story. Everybody's a stranger if you jump to the stereotype of who they are and what they want and what they want. But as soon as you learn a little bit about a neighbor or the history of somebody, well, guess what? You end up saying, well, I've kind of been through that same sort of thing myself, so maybe we actually have some things in common. Granted, he has lost a number of common, polite discourse. He does not know how to say thank you. No. He needs how to say, you know, well, I have to go. That's not the same thing.
He's not really fit for polite society.
No. No.
But he changes.
Well, like everybody does, he changes because some form of, you know, cyclone hits town in the course of his neighbor Marisol, who comes from a different culture, that speaks a different language, that is loud and noisy and doesn't know what the rules are. But if you look at them, they have an awful lot of things in common. And there's a moment where the very first time we met in the film, Otto comes running out of his house saying, they're trying to back up a trailer, you know, and he comes out, what in the hell is he trying to do? And Mariana, she says, I know, that's what I've been saying. So actually, the first time they meet, they agree on how crazy something is. And that is actually a hint to how much they have in common. She is extremely forceful in a proactive kind of way, and he's extremely forceful in a defensive kind of way.
They're both truth tellers in a certain way.
Hello, I called it Hurricane Marisol. It's like, you know, that thing that happens when like natural disasters hit a neighborhood. Everybody comes out. Yeah. Everybody starts cleaning up. Everybody starts looking after each other. It's almost unfortunate that it requires that for a neighborhood in order to get start looking after each other. But there is something incredibly powerful, and in a lot of ways, not to the natural inclinations of an awful lot of people, and comes an awful lot of Americans, to go across the street, knock on the door and say, you okay over here? And the opposite, the other thing, the complement to that is knock on the door and say, hey, can you help me with something right now? Soon as that starts happening on a city block or in your neighborhood on a street, extraordinary things happen.
It's a big theme, the found family, the family that not that you're born with, but the family you choose.
That's exactly right, because you don't get to choose.
It's like I won the lottery.
Ding, 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 ding.
Did I get an egg?
The teacup. You have nailed it. You have nailed it. Everything after, you know, we marry the people. Our family is not a choice. We are born into it. But everything else after that is a choice, and it is what we choose to do, how we choose to look after our stuff, how we choose to treat essentially the people that live within 100 yards of you. That's where you get into the I think the give and take of what is your definition of a quality of life? Is it to belong to something bigger than yourself, or is it your property and your property only, and screw everybody else? Can I say screw on the Today Show?
Oh, you sure can.
What I mean is you take a thing and you screw it in.
Let's talk about your son Truman. This is his first acting role. Were you kind of blown away at how he carried that part? I know you're biased, but I mean, he really carried it.
You have two kids, and you have already told me that they're both children of the Renaissance. They can do anything they can possibly imagine because they're the most brilliant kids on the planet Earth. Is that right?
Well,
I got news for you. No, they're not. My kids are. They're all four of them are just absolutely stunning. All my kids are artists in these odd, kind of like fascinating ways. And Truman, who is either burdened or blessed by resembling myself at the same age as him. He's 26, and when I was 26, we resembled we looked an awful lot alike. And Mark Forster, our fabulous director, just says, you know what? It's always so fake in order to get somebody else to come in and play you because they never like to look at it. Could maybe Truman do this? And we said Truman has no desire to be an actor. He is behind the camera. He's actually in the union. He's been camera utility. Wants to be has been a cinematographer, and that's what he wants to do. But they met and they talked, and we said, well, I'm going to stand back from this. I'm not going to put any pressure on anybody. And when our son said, I don't know if I want to do this or not. It might be great. We said, well, the experience is incredible. Just understand, this is not autographs and sunglasses, man. This is showing up and hitting the mark and finding the truth and combating the biggest barrier, I think, to being an artist, being an actor, is to combat self-consciousness. And that doesn't come naturally. That can come after time.
Did you give him any tips?
No.
Did he ask for any?
No. I said, dude, there's only one way to do this, and that's by way of your instinct. We compared notes on the character, but he's the younger me, so I was watching him. I said one thing. Lead with your knuckles. That's the only, and whatever that means.
What does that mean?
Well, it means when you storm off and you're angry, you just turn your knuckles out to the front. Yeah, I don't know what that meant.
That's very practical. I thought you were going to go deep. I thought that was like a metaphor for something.
Well, it alters your body.
Yeah.
It alters the way you storm off, and actually, it is kind of deep. You end up searching for all these things that are just going to turn you into the character.
On the days that he shot, would you go and watch?
No, I didn't watch a thing. There was one day where he was in the shot before I was, and we said, hey, how's it going? Hey, I got the morning off. That's about all I said. But there was one day when we were on the same set because he was a reflection in a thing. And two things have to go on. One is I have to be occupied only with what I'm doing as old Otto. But then young Otto was there, and on the periphery, here is, here's our son, going about it. You got to treat him as a regular actor, but at the same time, I remember driving him in carpool when he was 7 years old.
Yeah.
So that crosses your mind.
And it's his first role. I mean, I know how I feel when my daughter does the 5-year-old's Matilda. I'm sitting there like hoping she's gonna hit that line.
Yeah.
Did you feel nervous for him or scared?
Yes, but there's only one way to do it, and that is to wrestle the beast.
Yeah.
I saw him. Look, he played Danny Zuko in Grease in junior high school. I was more nervous for him for that than I was in the movie. Because the good thing about a movie is, hey, if it's no good, it's not going to be in the movie. They will cut around you. Maybe I did. I might have said that too.
Oh, that's comforting.
Well, no, because
don't worry, they'll just cut your part out.
No, it's actually said you don't.
You are cranky.
You don't have to worry, because if it stinks, it won't be in the movie.
Oh.
They'll only use the good parts, if you're lucky. But that's also kind of like a sentence as well. But it is, hey, let go. Just let go, because if it's lousy, the director won't use it. Is that a good thing to say to anybody in a movie? I don't know.
When I interview him, I'll ask him.
Okay.
How was your father's advice?
I don't know. I actually, maybe I said this stuff or not. Maybe I was a benevolent presence or not. I have no idea.
It's a family affair because Rita is the executive producer as well.
No, she is the on-set producer.
Okay.
She was there dealing with like budget phone calls.
Oh, really?
Putting out fires and so I said, I think producing is always, maybe your staff will know this. Producing anything is doing one of two things. You call somebody up and beg them to do something they don't want to do. Please, please, please do this. Please do it. Please do it. Please be on time. Please do it. That's one phone call. The other phone call that says, you know that thing you wanted to do? Well, you don't get to do that. No, I'm not going to no, you can't do it. No, we're not going to do it. It's a horrible job. My wife loves it. Rita loves it. Between that and writing and performing the song that's over that's actually one of the on the short list for the thing. That's what she lives for. But she was very nervous about. You're going to talk to her? I don't know if you are.
I don't think so.
Can
you get me an interview?
She was nervous. I'll see what. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I control.
I'll take her and
I
Truman.
control that. Yeah. I do that. She wasn't sure she wanted to do that because the director makes that final choice, and that could have been a very uncomfortable thing if he didn't like the song.
Well, they'll just cut you out if they don't like it. That's what my friend
happens.
told me.
I hope that happens on the Today Show too. If it's
I
not
wish
a
it
great
would.
moment, they'll cut it out.
No, it's live.
Cut to the weather.
Just
this
like
is
this.
not live.
This isn't.
Okay,
No, we would
all
put
right.
you on an 8-second delay in case you're gonna.
Hey,
curse.
why? Because I'm so cranky?
In case you might say screw
I
or
might say
something that we'd have to
screw
bleep
somebody.
out.
By the way, if you did that, what would be wrong with that? You know,
What, cutting it
just
out?
bleep somebody. Just bleep, 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 bleep. Might
We've
be
had.
more
I think we've
interesting.
bleeped from time to time.
Oh, really?
But not for me, I don't think. Well, I might have once. But anyway, we digress.
Oh, well, I'll ask your crack stuff.
One of your co-stars is a scruffy cat.
Schmegel the cat. I said right off the bat, you guys are insane to make this a cat. You're not taking over my bed. Cats are untrainable. Make it a dog, man. Dogs learn everything. Dogs will look at you when you're on the spot. Cats will only do exactly what they want to do. And it was true with Schmegel. It just so happened that he didn't mind making a movie after a while. He fled the set a couple of times in which everybody just freezes. And the animal folks say, they coast it back. But other times he laid right where he wanted to lay and looked at me the way he wanted to look at me. And he's a cat.
Diva, I think you've answered my question, which I was afraid would divide America. Tom Hanks, cat person or dog person?
Oh, I like him. Well, we had a dog. The only reason we
now
don't.
you're stammering. I know it's a very difficult question.
But oh, screw this.
Bird.
It just so happens I'm married to somebody who is allergic to cats.
Okay.
So that takes the cat out of my responsibility.
Okay.
And we do have had plenty of dogs. I happen to enjoy them both, and we probably lived in enough places we could have kept them separated. But with a lady allergic to cats, that's that.
Well,
Saved
by the bell.
Schmegel, and you can see Schmegel Bagel. There are plenty of times where I got to this place where an arm up underneath, and he's hanging there like that.
Yeah.
He seemed to be very, very comfortable in my hands.
Yeah,
in my arms,
and you
which
comfortable
I
with
like.
Schmegel as well.
Oh, I love Schmegel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good kitty cat.
We've bonded over the years over Hidden Heroes and helping veterans. I hear that you have a coffee.
Yes.
For veterans.
Yes.
Hanks. Is
Right.
Hanks Coffee?
Hanx. Yes.
Hanx. Is it
It is.
a shot of
You have.
a shot of caffeine, or is it smooth and
I
kind
find
like the
that
real
there's
Tom
nothing.
Hanks?
Taking my cue from corporate America, I find that there's nothing wrong with trying to get people just to try just once a legal addictive stimulant
Yes.
that tastes good and that they might want to do it again. It is. I've worked with some really great, fabulous coffee roasters and suppliers down in Little Rock, Arkansas. And it is a coffee. Eventually, it will be. Right now, it's direct to consumers, but every single penny goes to support various veterans organizations.
I like that. Why the coffee business? It
'Cause
feels like every other celebrity's in some kind of alcohol business.
Well, okay. I don't want to be responsible for that. I would like to be responsible for people waking up and enjoying some good conversation with a cup of good fresh Joe. Various flavors. So if you want to get exotic, you can, but then if you just want a good solid blast of Morning Joe. I happen to like a little malt in my coffee. And the desire is just, look, you're going to buy coffee, right? Well, you know, sample ours. It's because I'm going to tell you right now, this is what I've always wanted. Hey, that's good coffee. That's what it'll do for you.
He never has a second cup at home.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, Savannah Guthrie. If a doctor said to me, Tom, you have to give up coffee, otherwise it's going to cost you your life, I would say bye-bye, because I am not living without a good cup of coffee.
100%. I have a friend at work who quit caffeine, and I said, why? Why would you take away one of life's simple pleasures?
Hello, that's like saying you shall never have spaghetti again. Look, I'm not going to live on spaghetti, okay,
No.
but I'm going to have it on occasion.
How do I find that coffee?
Oh, you just go to hanksforourtroops.something, right?
You're terrible at this.
Listen, I'm not a corporate sponsor. I'm just a guy that invented it. It's a totally different thing. They invented, yes. Yeah. I invented this coffee.
You invented coffee.
You see.
Not only is he nice, he invented coffee.
What
can't you do?
I invented the idea of getting up in the morning and having a cup of coffee.
Oh my God, on this shift, I
Copyright.
need it. Are you the guy that bought the espresso machine for the White House press corps?
Yeah, I've been doing that for a few years.
Oh, it's so nice. It goes back to my days.
Is it still there? We should find.
Well, I
does
haven't
it still
been there
work?
in a while. It did, but that was I left in 2011.
I think we've done it like 3 times down there
so
because
nice.
the way it visited back. The
Well, now
first
you should
time.
send Hank's coffee.
Hello.
Okay, just saying.
It's all done. Hanks for our troops.
Thanks for our
card
troops.
Yeah.
Yes. I get it, like Hank's like thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sorry,
Right.
I'm a little slow, but I got it now.
Okay.
Whew.
Well, you've been up since 4:30 in the morning.
4.
When do you first see your children?
In the afternoon when I pick them up from school.
Oh my!
I'm not going to
Lord.
wake them up at that hour. My husband would kill me.
Are you not sleeping in the car waiting for them to come out?
Yeah, but then I have a whole routine now, and I try to like go home and take a power nap, and then I have another cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this,
Always a pleasure to see you,
honey. That is great coffee. Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of
man,
asking
yeah,
who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving? Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
Oh. Hello! Have you ever heard that before?
Not from you.
How are you?
Good, nice to see you.
I mean, this day and this garden are just for you. How beautiful is it up here?
Incredible.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me on.
Let's talk Legos.
Legos.
Legos. Was that hello, like, sounded deep enough for it to be button talk or not really?
You have to kind of bring it down from here.
Okay.
You have to go.
Hello.
No, not your hand.
Hello.
And then you go up high.
Oh, okay.
You start low and go high.
Hello.
Yeah.
No.
Hey.
Hello.
What's that?
Oh, it's just a stupid thing.
Well, I'm sure it's stupid. It's not about me, is it?
No.
Not at all. No, me.
Oh, right. You know this girl Claire I'm seeing?
Yeah.
Well, he and I started joking that when she falls asleep, her stomach stays awake all night and talks to me.
How's he talking?
Well, the belly button's like a mouth. I'm bored.
Okay, so you've played a lot of different Jerrys. Do you know what I mean? You've had the big puffy sleeve
Yes,
Jerry.
on the Today Show.
Yes.
We debuted the puffy shirt on the Today Show with Brian Gumbel.
That is a very, very unusual shirt you have on.
Yeah.
You're all kind of puffed up.
Yeah, it's a puffy shirt.
You look kind of like a pirate.
Yeah, like a pirate. Anyway, we're hoping to raise enough money with the with this.
Look, I'm sorry. It is just a very unusual shirt. It could be kind of a whole new look for you. You know, you could put a patch over an eye. You could kind of like be the pirate comedian.
Yeah.
Exactly. You've had some iconic looks.
Yeah.
What made you think, okay, it's time naturally to be a Lego Jerry?
Well, who doesn't want to be a Lego?
It's Lego Seinfeld. He's blocky, he's stoppy, he has sea hands.
What are we selling here? Lego, the reason people love Lego is because it clicks together. And once it clicks, it fits, it's tight, and it makes sense.
Yes.
And the world doesn't make sense, but Lego, you can order the universe with Lego. You can make sense of something.
Yeah.
If you follow the instructions and you complete the model, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I have 3 little kids. Have you ever stepped on a Lego in the middle of the night?
It's painful. Yeah.
It's not a great thing. You're right that they make sense. There's moments where you want to throw them, though.
Yeah.
They're
fun to throw too.
Is that sort of you? You know, they're like, Jerry, you make sense, but there's moments where you're like, no, that doesn't
I've never stepped on a Lego, but it does seem like a killer.
Okay, in this short, you say, but I don't want to be a Lego.
Right.
But you actually wanted to be a Lego. This was
I
your
did,
idea.
Yeah.
What was the genesis?
The genesis was Lego made a model of my TV show Set, and Netflix bought the TV show and wanted to do a promo, and I went, hey, wait a minute. Why can't I be a Lego? And then I really wanted to do the line again. I don't want to be a pirate.
But I don't want to be a Lego.
But I don't want to be a Lego.
I know. Somehow that is a hard octave to match. You know, there's a whininess to that that's really hard to do.
These are some of the little subtle things of comedy that are very important.
So what did your wife and kids think when you told them you were turning into?
They loved it. I got the idea from my son, who wanted to build his last Lego. He's 16. He said, I think I got one more Lego left in me. One more. I go, why don't you do the set from my TV show? We were walking along, and I went, that's the promo. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make Netflix shrink me down.
Shrink you down and pour actual Lego cereal into your mouth. The set is incredible. It's exactly like your
amazing.
Set. Tell me some of the details you loved.
I love the couch, and I love the refrigerator and the stove, and I love wearing the costume. Some of those bits, like when I skate out in the end, that took an hour and a half of moving an inch at a time. And when I sit down on the couch, that took an hour and a half. Because stop motion is not done with humans.
Yeah.
It's done with props. The last person to do it was Peter Gabriel, Sledgehammer.
Oh, really?
Yes. Humans don't do stop motion. We do it with toys and props. You don't ask a person to do this, and now this, and now this,
But the fact that, so first of all, somebody told me about this, and I thought, no, Jerry Seinfeld's not becoming a Lego. And then they told me you shot it last week.
Yeah, last week.
So how much fun was it? There was a lot of laughter.
It was insane. It was just this crazy, we had to hire an animation company to do the stop motion, because I wanted it to be stop motion. And then to build that set, that was all custom made out of foam and then paint and then the plastic finish to make it shiny. I mean, we worked so hard on it. Well, it was so much fun.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
So the amazing Bryan Cranston, who is a Tony winner, an Emmy winner,
Yeah.
Oscar nominated.
Yeah.
You call him on the phone and you're like, hey, you want to be a Lego?
He's not a
Well,
Lego.
he's an announcer.
He's an announcer.
Coming this fall to Netflix. Seinfeld. Seinfeld.
You call him on the phone and say, "Want to be in a Lego short?"
Yeah,
And his response was,
love to. He says, I don't know what you're talking about, but I trust you. That's what he said. Did you notice the little dentist chair at the end?
I sure did.
That's
Was
the
that
little,
a nod to him?
I think that's a cookie, what we call a cookie.
Okay, I thought maybe that would have been a stranger conversation, but it was just pretty basic. Want to be in a Lego short? Let's do it.
If you're a comedy person, which Brian is, even though he's done a lot of drama, and someone gives you a crazy idea, you go, yeah, that sounds crazy.
So the last couple years, people have been at home on their couches.
Right.
Is there like a lot of creativity spurring up in you? Is that why things like this are happening, or not really?
Maybe. I didn't think about that, but maybe. I personally have feel like I really need to have some fun. I really need to make fun things for people.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to do this. I go, this is just fun and silly, and I don't see enough of that.
Yeah.
I like that.
It will make people laugh for
Yeah.
sure. So Netflix has picked up all of these episodes.
Yes.
Do you think the world's ready?
I don't know. They weren't when we started back in '89, that's for sure. It took a number of years before people said, what are they talking about? How do they talk?
I know, that's kind of interesting. So it didn't catch on right away?
No, it took 4 years. The first 4 years of the show, it was poorly received, very poorly received. That's forgotten now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so how did you all have the patience just to wait it through?
Well, in those days, on television, if you got a good demo, the advertisers wanted to be on your show. So even though we were not good, we got a certain audience that was buying like BMWs. So that kept us on the air.
Tell me about being a Lego, transforming. It did not look comfortable, I have to tell you.
It was okay. I was fine with it. I just wanted to be it so bad. I wanted to be in the toy. Seems like, you know,
So
if you bought that toy,
yeah,
and you could get me shrunk down in it, wouldn't that be the ultimate?
I'd be very into having you as a Lego, but I have to tell you, I was worried about you because it looked like there was a little bit of a wedgie in this area.
Yeah. There's lots of...
Just between you and me, was there a little wedgie?
A lot of issues below the waist.
It looked like it.
Yeah.
I mean, that round area. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I loved Netflix's press release. It was brilliant. Did you read it?
The new show thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It said Netflix will launch 180 episodes of a situational comedy called Seinfeld, created by rising New York comedian Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David, who wrote for Saturday Night Live for a single season.
That's right.
So how did you feel about, the fact that they would take a chance on a young New Yorker just like you? Did that feel good?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
did.
And to make that many shows, not knowing if anyone was going to like it, was quite a gamble.
It really was. Thank you, Netflix.
Yeah.
Sitting here with this beautiful view in Rockefeller Center, New York's been through a lot.
Yes.
You wrote a really beautiful article that I feel like everybody posted online. What does it feel like to be here on this day, beautiful fall day in a city that you love so much?
I am humbly proud of that I stuck up for my town.
Yeah.
I just love this town.
Yeah.
And you know, I know, I grew up, you know, all around here, so you know the people, you know what they're made of. You know, you're not getting rid of this. There is nothing like this anywhere in the world.
There's a resilience. to
Yes,
it,
yes.
right? And on a day like this, there's nowhere better to be.
No, it has New York on a beautiful day is really magical.
It really is.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wondering, as a Lego, could Elaine do her dance? Like, what would that look like?
There'd be a lot of clicking and clacking.
Kind of like in the knee area?
Yeah, some of the plastic might crack.
Now, does a Lego have a belly button?
No,
So, I
just
mean-
shirt buttons.
How would you talk from your belly button? That'd be a really hard thing.
Well, we're not going to do the whole series. I have to tell you the truth. It was really just a joke.
Oh, you're not I
No.
thought you were doing the whole series as a Lego.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it looks, but no, we couldn't do it.
Too expensive, right?
Yeah.
These days. The biggest grievance of 2021 so far. And you don't have to have one if you don't want one. But
Oh,
do you
I've
have
got
one?
tons. Sounds like a plan. That's because it is a plan. That's what the sound was. Just tell me what time you want to meet. Stop saying the thing sounds like a plan.
You know what? Actually, Hoda and I and actually Savannah, we're in a fight over the word literally because we think it's overused.
Way overused.
Are you on my side?
Totally.
They're like,
Totally
well,
could go
literally,
too, by the way.
literally, it's freezing out here. I'm
Yeah.
like, no, it's just cold.
It's just
If it was
freezing.
literally freezing,
Yeah.
you would have frostbite.
That's right.
Okay, so you want to tell Hoda that you're on my side?
I'm on Jenna's side, Hoda. Stop with the literally.
Thank you.
It's not a book to begin with.
Yeah, if we want to talk literal,
Yeah.
let's go to talk Jane Austen. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You go away from New York for a couple months. What's the first thing you do when you come back?
Just walk. A walk in New York is like reading a novel. You see snippets of, you know what I love? That people yap on the phone out loud. I love hearing half a conversation.
I
You
do
know?
too.
It's fun, right? I don't
Yeah.
find it annoying.
No,
I really
I don't
like
find
it.
it annoying. In fact, when we go to restaurants, I'm like, honey, they're getting divorced. She's like, can you pay attention to me?
Yeah.
It's hard not to. Musical artist that you listen to that would surprise some people. Do you like music?
I love music. That would surprise some people.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would surprise them. I really love John Denver.
That's not a surprise.
I love America. I love the band America. And I really love Malo, who they had a song called Suavecito, which is my favorite song.
Is it really?
Suavecito?
Can you sing a little bit of Suavecito to me?
La 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 la. Sound familiar? No. You know this song, Jenna. You know this song.
Suavecito?
You know Suavecito. You don't know that you know it. It's one of the greatest Latin.
Suavecito.
Yeah.
Is that it?
No.
I'm thinking Despacito.
It's not Despacito.
Do you know Despacito by
yes,
the Bieber?
Despacito no es suavecito.
Okay.
Es diferente.
So I felt like I needed to say hello. Is that better?
Right.
No.
Is it what?
Was that better? Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Is that what's the number one Seinfeld line that people yell at you when you're walking the streets?
They yell, "Where's Kramer?" a lot. I don't know why I'm expected to be with him at all times. They yell, "Where's Kramer?"
What do you say?
I go, "He's not real."
He's not real. This is sort of a strange one, but last picture you took on your iPhone. I hope only if it's not appropriate.
It's always, of course, I don't do anything not appropriate.
Okay,
the
good.
last picture I took, well, it's a small story.
Okay, we've got the time as long as you do.
I watch a lot of YouTube. I like funny pet stuff.
Yeah.
And I saw
know you do.
a
There's your
bulldog
wife.
riding a skateboard. And it was so cute, and I was so fascinated. And I just thought that they just showed how this bulldog, he just loves his skateboard. He loves it. And I go, that explains so much of life right there. He just loves it. And there's no reason why. No one will ever understand why. He loves that skateboard. So later on that day, I was walking from 69th in New York to Columbus and 81st. And as I was getting up to Columbus on 81st, I saw a bulldog and a woman, same day, a woman carrying his skateboard.
Was it the same bulldog?
No.
And did you take a picture of it?
Yes.
And did you send it to your wife?
No.
Okay. I thought maybe you'd share it. I know she likes funny pet videos
I told the
too.
story. The picture wasn't great.
A little blurry.
Yeah, but it was amazing.
So I just have to go back to the fact that you like funny pet videos. Do you find comfort in them, humor? What is it?
I don't really have a pet. I know.
You do have a pet. You have Javier.
I'm not. It's not. He and I have no real relationship.
Wait, that's your wife is going to take real offense to this.
No, it's her thing.
You don't like cats?
They're okay.
But Javier is marrying my sister's cat.
That's fine.
You're not going to be at the wedding?
I guess I will.
You don't really like a cat.
I like that my wife enjoys it.
Okay.
And when he gets lost, I go looking for him.
Well, Javier does not go outside on the streets of New York, does he?
No, but we have a house on Long
Okay.
Island, and sometimes he will escape.
Okay, well, that's nice. So you do secretly love the cat?
Okay, secretly.
Okay, I thought
Let's
so.
keep it a secret.
All right, don't tell anybody.
Excuse me, I think you forgot my bread.
Bread, $2 extra.
$2, but everyone in front of me got free bread.
You want bread?
Yes, please.
$3! No soup for you.
You want bread? $3! No soup for you. How would I describe the soup Nazi? Is I just thought he was a very militant food vendor who didn't take crap from anybody and ruled his soup station with an iron fist. And I even went into the original audition in an army uniform with a beret, so I looked like Saddam Hussein. You're pushing your luck, little man.
Sheila? Hey! Uh-oh. What is this? You're kissing in my line? Nobody kisses in my line!
My favorite line is the kissing line, and I was doing a thing for Sony once called the Seinfeld food truck, where we were going to different locations, and for 2 hours people would line up and get treats. And I very seldom get the chance to say that line, and there was one couple in Albuquerque, New Mexico, who were brave enough to stand there and start making out in front of me, and I finally got to say, like, "You're kissing in my line? Nobody kisses in my line!"
The main thing is to keep the line moving. So you hold out your money, speak your soup in a loud, clear voice, step to the left and receive. So
right. The step to the left part, it's been made fun of so often. I've had people come up to me and like stand like that and step to the left. And going to the actual real soup stand, I finally found out that the reason you step to the left is the menu board is to your right. So if you order and stay there, no one else could see the menu. So there actually is method to the madness. I actually say no soup for you a lot these days, but in the first 3 years after the episode, I refused to say it. I wouldn't say it for anybody. When I was nominated for the Emmy, I had interviews with a few big TV shows, and I refused to say it for them because I just thought I'd sound like a bad water cooler impression of myself out of context. And then when we shot the finale, the very first scene we shot was actually a silent scene at this bed and breakfast where I take Poppy's soup bowl away from him because he motions that he wants salt and pepper. And Jerry and Larry David decided that I should say "No Soup for You" out loud, even though you weren't going to hear it in the show, which absolutely terrorized me. But I said it, and as we walked away from that scene, Larry David walked over to me. He goes, "Hey man, you say it the same way you said it 3 years ago." So ever since then, it's like a knee-jerk. There was a lady named Marcia who was in the extra pool. And they had built the soup stand a little longer than they planned, so for me to go to the cash register and back to serve the soup was killing the timing of the lines. It was just taking too long. So they called this girl out from the extra pool because she looked like she would be working in my stand, and her name was Marcia. And she, at a moment's notice, did that thing where she pulls the bag away from George and hands him the money back. It actually got more laughs than anything I did. And to this day, when I see that scene over and over again, I laugh at her timing.
The guy who runs the place is a little temperamental, especially about the ordering procedure. He's secretly referred to as the soup Nazi.
Working with that cast was just amazing. Jason Alexander was calling me La, which is the New York shortening of Larry. There's Lawrence, Larry, La, but that's New York. And he was calling me that within about an hour of me being on the set. Julia was incredible because if I made her laugh, she would totally break up and she'd grab my hand and go, "You're so funny." So they were so welcoming. But the most amazing story to me is Jerry himself, because I've dealt with a lot of producers and directors in the world of theater, TV, film, everything. I've done some directing myself, and I know what that's like. But I've never worked with a director and producer who had less ego than Jerry Seinfeld.
Medium crab bisque.
When I did the callback, I did the 6 scenes that the Soup Nazi has, and he laughed a lot. It was great. He was laughing too much, actually. And then he had me do it again, and he said, I don't understand why the character is so mean. Could you, kind of do it again and give it some of this, be a little nicer sometimes, which I did horribly. I don't think he laughed once. And I thought for sure that was, the death nail about the character. I wasn't going to get it. But I did get it. And as soon as I walked onto the soundstage, Jerry beelined over to me and he said, you know what, man? Forget about the direction I gave you. Just do what you did when you walked in. The meaner, the funnier, I guess. And I was just astounded by his lack of wanting to be right, which almost every other director and producer has. I could go a long time without being recognized, but every once in a while, somebody will say to me, has anybody ever told you you look like the soup Nazi from Seinfeld? And depending on if I have time to talk about it, because sometimes I'm in a rush or something, so I'll just say yeah, I get that a lot. And other times, I get to go yeah, I was him, and it's always fun because Seinfeld fans range from 13 years old to 83 years old, A couple of times I've been somewhere, like on the subway or somewhere where it's crowded and people can't really see me, and I will actually hear somebody say to somebody else, no soup for you. And I'm actually 10 people away and they don't even know that I'm there, but I hear people say it. I actually wrote a book called Confessions of a Soup Nazi, an adventure in acting and cooking, which is part cookbook, part memoirs of, 30, 40 years of being an actor. But the reason I wrote it is because I get so many people that come up to me and they go, you were so great on Seinfeld. Did you ever do any other acting after that? So, but I get all kinds of stuff. I get people that think I'm really Al Yeganay, and that's, I was at your soup stand. I visited New York and I was at your soup stand and, it was closed. When do you plan on reopening? And I have so much fun with going I'm an actor. It's not my soup stand. It's, The funniest thing about how my life has changed after Seinfeld is I had no idea that the life I had was gone forever. Not a moment goes by in my life where it doesn't have something to do with having been the soup Nazi. Really, an hour goes by and something happens where that takes over my life again. So it's a whole new existence. Where do I think the soup Nazi would be now? Well, then I have to pitch my idea for a spin-off because, see, I see a food court in Manhattan where the soup Nazi, Babu, and Poppy are all in a row with their respective little stands, and Jackie Childs comes in there every day for lunch, and we vie for his business, of course. Whatever the storylines are about, or whatever actually the events that happen in every episode, it really boils down to the way people treat each other. They didn't treat people very well. You got to admit that. I know people loved, Jerry, George, Elaine, and Kramer, but they were horrible. They treated people badly, and they always got their comeuppance for treating people badly. So I guess in the end, that's such a generational and universal, never-ending idea is you treat people a certain way and you get back the way, it's like the golden rule. You get back what you give. And that's really what the show is about in the end.
Dwyane Wade, D-Wade, Flash. Winner of 3 championships, member of 13 All-Star teams, selected as one of the NBA's greatest 75 players ever. Now, the 41-year-old is a member of the Hall of Fame. I mean, let's just start at where we are now, because as we sit here, Dwyane Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Just one more time. Can you say that again?
As we sit here, Dwyane Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
When you got the call, what'd you think?
It became real
when
I got the call, and all the memories come back, like everything that you've been through. The moments you wanted to quit, your family, the greatest players that, your favorite players that you've watched have these careers that walked into the Hall of Fame, everything rushed back. But ultimately, I was just like, Are y'all sure y'all got the right number?
Oh, stop.
Y'all
You
sure?
knew you would be first ballot.
I mean, you know, I thought I put a career together that will put me in a place where I could be first ballot, but it's still different when you get that call. It doesn't matter for me. You know, I'm still that kid from Chicago, Illinois, from the inner city.
Wade's drive shaped in part by his early years on the south side of Chicago. He played at Marquette before being drafted by the Miami Heat in 2003. Now, he's a member of a new class, alongside NBA players Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker, and Paul Gasol.
It's an honor to obviously go into the Hall of Fame, but to go in with Dirk, to go in with Paul Gasol. I mean, the class that you're going in with.
Incredible, bro.
That's some serious company.
Yeah.
Have you stepped back and thought about that part of the story?
Yeah, because it just makes sense. You know, when I first started playing the game of basketball, I remember I came home one day. I had a big game. I had like 20, 25 for me at that time, and my dad was not impressed. And then I came home another time, and I had like 10 points. I had like 10 rebounds. I had like 9 steals, 7 blocks. Like I had a full stat sheet, right? Yeah. And my dad was impressed, and he was like, "This is how you play the game. It's not about your individual stats. It's about what you're doing to impact the game and what you're doing for your team. This is a team sport." And I never forgot that. And so to be able to go through my career and everything I did, the sacrifices I made was for the team. It was always bigger than me. And now I'm a part of this team. This is one of the greatest Hall of Fame classes ever. And what a way to end my career, to be a part of one of the greatest teams ever to go into the Hall of Fame.
Speaking of teams, you played on some legendary ones. You know, 3 championships, but with different squads. Is there a team looking back that you would put up against any other team in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, 2012, Miami Heat championship team. We're some bad boys. And the reason we were, because we felt that loss in 2011. We got that humble pie in our face. And that next year, just our mentality, our focus, our team unity was what you need to be in a sense like a dynasty. That's how dynasties have to feel, and they do it year after year. And so, for 2012, with that dude number 6 on that wing, and that dude number 3 on that wing, and that dude number 1, and so forth and so on. We some bad boys.
That was a hell of a squad. You've also played with some of the greats. Not to get you in any trouble. Favorite teammate?
Udonis Haslem.
Really?
Hands down.
Hands down?
Yeah.
Why?
We learned everything together. From, when I came in my first year as the 5th pick, and, he came in as someone who I watched make the team, and for 15 years, all the success, all the culture, all the things we talk about in Miami, we held that up, and we was a part of, of building a lot of that together. I do not have the success I've had today without Udonis Haslem. And, I've had a lot of great teammates along the way, but no one protected me like you did. You couldn't mess with me. Could nobody mess with me, and no one understood me and read me and knew how to approach me and deal with me like you did, man. And so, I'm a firm believer. Yes, I'm here. And yes, my name will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, but I'm not here by myself. And we all going in the Hall of Fame together. So, UD.
Are there moments from your career that stand out to you? Like you play them back in your mind?
Yes.
Which ones?
Well, the Chicago Bulls, the game winner, right? Jumped on the table. This is my house. That one plays over and over. The game winner in the Garden, my second year, plays over and over. Hitting the game winner, if you ain't ever hit a game winner in the Garden before, to silence the Garden is one of the most beautiful sounds I've ever heard in my life. The dunk on Vergil.
Oh, yes.
The dunk on Perkins.
Yes.
I mean, I can go on and on.
Were you at all surprised when a few days ago, Pat Riley said, D-Wade is the greatest player in the history of the Miami Heat? And there have been some other great players who played for the Heat.
Yeah, a lot.
Were you surprised when you heard that?
Absolutely not. I am.
Man, you own it.
Yeah, I own it. I work for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I put 15 years of blood, sweat, and all the tears and everything into it. It's a lot of great players that's come through Miami. It would be a lot of great players. And one day it would be someone else that would challenge it and they would say they're the greatest. But not today. Today is me.
Wade retired from the game in 2019. Since then, he's focused on charity work and various business ventures.
couple years ago, you became part of an ownership group, part owner of Utah Jazz now.
Yes, sir.
How is that, being a part owner of a team, how has that changed your perspective?
It's changed my perspective a lot because it's a lot that you don't know. You know it from a player's perspective and a player's side. Getting a chance to get on the other side, you get to know the business, how the business actually works. And so now I'm getting a chance to be exposed to the business of the game that has done everything for me, but it's so much I don't know about it still. And so I'm able to get this knowledge, and I'm able to take this knowledge elsewhere and pass it down, and become a better businessman and become just better in everything I do by making sure that I understand a holistic approach of the game of basketball and not just master one side. I want to master it all.
There's not a lot of folks that look like us that are part of ownership groups of major sports teams.
Yeah.
How do you change that?
By being a part of ownership group. Obviously I'm not the majority owner, right? And so, we got to continue to, I think it's building a community together. We always talked about this. We don't do enough together. Our community is not built enough to where we have enough money to be the majority owner of, teams that are selling for $4 to $6 billion.
Right.
And so we got to continue to build our wealth and our economy, right? Before we can, be majority. But right now, I take minority because I'm able to get in there. I'm able to learn.
Wade says he's also learning a lot from his children. He shares a blended family with his wife. Actress Gabrielle Union. Wade's daughter Zaya came out as transgender in 2020. Since then, Wade and Union have been vocal advocates for LGBTQ plus rights.
How important is it for that to be a part of your legacy?
I didn't set out for it to be. It's important for me to support my family. It's important for me to support my daughter. And in the middle of doing that, I've become an ally to a community that I didn't know a lot about, that I've had to get educated, about. And it's been amazing for our family to go down this journey together, to get educated together. So this is not something that I thought I would, be an advocate for or an ally for. But it's something I'm so thankful. Like I said to my daughter all the time, I'm so thankful that I'm your father. I've learned so much about love. I've learned so much, just by sitting on my daughter's bed and talking to her for 3 hours, here and there. She educates me. And, my wife and I, we do the work. We show up. I go sit in classrooms, with kids that's a part of the queer community. And to hear them speak, they know themselves more than us adults. At 41, I'm still trying to find myself. They know themselves way more than us. And it's incredible to hear. And so, man, I'm super thankful for the exposure that I've had, and it's all because of my daughter.
Your entire family is here for the induction. Mom's here, Gabrielle, everybody's here.
Yeah.
When you look out and you see them tomorrow, when you give the speech, what are you going to be thinking about?
Just the impact that they all have had on me. You know what I mean? They've all have done something to help me get on that stage. And, I'm so thankful for my village. I say I've been gifted with a lot of gifts, But the one gift that I got is I've had good people put around me. And it's not everybody can't say that. I have people who have wanted the best for me, even when I couldn't see it. And so, man, I'm so thankful for my village, because you know how it goes in this world, Craig. The higher you go up, the fall is down there waiting on you. And my village got pillows, they got blankets, they got sleep number beds, they got everything waiting on me to fall, to catch me. And I need that, and also too, they tell me the real, they tell me how it is. And so I wouldn't be here without my village.
Any regrets looking back on the career at all?
You always gonna have something you want to get back.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm happy with my career. How can I not be?
You're going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so I don't got no regrets of my career. Yeah, do I want moments back? Yeah, I want moments back. We all do, but I have no regrets. I feel that with the tools that I had from a standpoint as a young man being thrust into this world, I felt I did the best I could. With everything where I come from, and then this world was totally different. I think I did the best I could with trying to be a community leader, trying to be the best father I can be, trying to be the best man I can be. But on the court, I gave everything that I had to the game. I mean, I gave my knees to the game. I have nothing left in these things. And so I gave everything. I gave my heart every night. So I have no regrets, man.
What do you want people to take away from the Dwyane Wade story so far?
Man, I don't know, man. I think, I want people to see me as real. I'm a real individual who deal with real life situations in front of the world, and not perfect. Not perfect at all. Please don't look at me as perfect. But look at me as real. Look at me as a real human being that are dealing with real human experiences. And hopefully someone can grab some inspiration and some aspiration from the things that I've done. Just like I did from MJ, just like I did from AI, just like I did from Magic, just like we have from Barack, right? Like these people who do things that are unconventional. We grab inspiration from them. So I want people to grab inspiration from unconventional Dwyane Wade.
What do you want them to say about the way you played the game?
That I gave my all to it. And at the end of the day, my all in to me, 13 All-Stars, 3 championships, top 75, Hall of Fame, and so forth and so on. You can't take it from me. I did it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to cheers you guys because you chose a life in wine country.
Yeah.
And thank you. We're so grateful to have you here and to join our club.
Thanks, yes.
Our Start Today event. And this is such a lovely crowd. And just like, we've been having such great conversations and learning and just like chilling and getting away from the crazy world that we're in. So what made you say, we're going to wine country?
So it's actually, so we moved here 2020, and I feel like everyone during 2020 in the pandemic, it was a time where you just stood still and you really thought about life and where you're at and what makes you happy. And Nikki and I we were living next door to each other in Arizona, but we were just like, is this our happy place? Like, is this where we want to live and raise our kids? And we're like, no, our happy place is in wine country. And so her and I, this is so crazy, but we're crazy. If we go on Zillow and there's 2 houses next door to each other, that means the stars aligned and we're supposed to move. Sure enough, 2 houses, one being my style, one being her style, next door to each other. So it just made sense, and we wanted to be more hands-on in the wine industry, which is what we've been doing the last couple years, and we've had a wine for 6 years. So
Bonita, bonita.
yes, bonita, bonita. So yeah, so I mean,
And to take a few steps back, Bree and I, we used to film our reality shows in wine country a lot, and then we would always do our vacations here. And when we were working full-time with WWE, we rarely got vacations because we were on the road over 300 days a year, worldwide wrestling. So any chance we had a vacation, which usually would be like 2.5 days, we always came to Napa Valley or Sonoma County. And we never wanted to leave. We were so happy. So that's when 2020 hit, and we were like, well, if we're stuck inside forever, might as well go be by a vineyard.
Right, and at the time, like, we didn't know. Everyone didn't know. We're like, we're going to be stuck forever. No one's ever going to do this again.
Yeah. Totally.
You know, I remember thinking that. So you're like, I'll be stuck here.
Yeah, and being pregnant on top of it, I mean, for us moms out there, when the hormones kick in and all the pregnancy stuff, we're like, we're out of here.
Yeah.
So for people who aren't familiar, you have had quite a journey in your almost 40 years, right?
Yes.
So just a month ago, it's about a month, on the 14th, you announced that you are now not the Bella twins, the Garcia twins.
Right.
And so what prompted that shift?
Wow. So it's interesting because we were the Bella twins for almost 17 years. And it was about a year ago.
How did that come about, first of all?
So our grandfather, full-blooded Italian from South Philly, always calling us Bella, Bella. And so, yeah, so some Italians in here, either Philly or Italian.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there you go. And so when when it came to us thinking of a stage name for WWE, it only made sense Bella for him. So that's how we came up with Brie Bella, Nikki Bella. But it was about a year ago that Nikki and we were in a meeting, and we walked away from that meeting. We got in our car, actually, we were over in New York. We were in Connecticut. We were making our way back into the city, and her and I looked at each other, and we're like, whoa, we're done. Like this, we just both knew.
Is that a twins thing, or was it like, we're done, like throwing,
Well, and I think because you are very into, like, believe in energy and all that, it was like we both, without even speaking words, we could look at each other. We felt energy in the room, everything, and we just knew that the relationship was over. We knew it was time for us to expand. It was time for us to not ask permission anymore, especially when you hear no a lot. We're like, we're almost 40. I can't be asking for permission, praying it'd be yes, when usually it's a no. There was just so much, and her and I were just like, okay, we need to start thinking about our new chapter, which means thinking about our new name, I guess.
And the Bella was a WWE thing,
Yes.
right? So if you left the WWE, you had to leave that name anyway. So right?
Right. And we were prepared for that. It's WWE's IP. So when Bree and I were in the process of knowing that we were going to eventually be closing this chapter and starting another one, we knew that we would leave that name.
So you said to yourselves?
And we just said, we also want to go back to our roots. We're Mexican-Italian. We're very proud of our Hispanic heritage, and we represented our Italian side for so long. So for us, it was something we really wanted to go back and represent Garcia and that side of us. And it's just the roots of women. Bree and I, when you look at a book, and we have so many chapters, right? And when we are entering this next chapter, we have a life coach, and we do the work on every part of our lives. And we've been doing that probably for the past 20 years of just really working on ourselves, our careers, everything personally and professionally. And it was like, what does this next chapter mean? What does Garcia mean? Yes, it's our name, it's going back to roots, but what does it mean to us? And for Bree and I, it was just this chapter of truly we've always had a voice, but not being silenced, truly getting our power back, not asking for permission, like Bree said, growing in any way we wanted to. So for us, we just wanted to be our authentic name, Garcia, and we just thought of everyone in the past that didn't have a voice and who we could represent now and how we could walk into this next chapter, just feeling us strong and powerful.
Yeah, I think that deserves a clap. Yeah, I was thinking that. But you talk in your book, and you're very open about it, your journey has not been without pain.
Right.
But when did this change, sort of the shift of saying we're not victims? I mean, as children, you had a really hard time, and you talk about that. So if you could just sort of tell us about that, and then when the shift came.
Yeah, I mean, we grew up in a broken home, and there was, there was abuse, and there was a lot of times in our childhood where we just, we didn't have a great relationship with our father, and there was times he was absent due to drugs, and I think that was one hurdle. And then another hurdle for myself, and I'll let you speak on yours, is I lost my boyfriend to a drunk driver in high school, and to have to deal with that pain at a young age and experience that. And Nikki,
that's a lot of stuff before 18.
I mean, a lot, yes, for sure. And then Nikki dealt with rape and before 18 as well. So, we went through a lot of pain, but I think as we had each other, we stayed really strong. But definitely I feel like our hardships molded us into strong women.
But you talk about like something of that enormity now so casually. It's like,
right.
Don't you wish, and I know you guys, this is a big mantra for you as well, and I know you do this on your podcast, but like if you could only tell your younger self, like, look at me.
Yeah.
Like, look at what's going to happen.
Right. And that's why it's so important to talk about it, because I don't want people to go back and look at the younger self and say, oh, I wish I could have just held her. She could have just went to her mom or just went to someone and talked to, someone about it. I'd love for them to learn from me, knowing that you can.
And that's, I guess, what leads me to sort of your mantra now is that you're all about not asking permission.
Right.
So I love that, because I posted a quote the other day that somebody told me here that when they were saying that no is a complete sentence.
100%.
Like, it doesn't have to be like, I'm blank. It's like gonna pass or no, or I don't want to do that. Yeah. And I know that that's a big mantra of both of you.
Oh, for sure. I mean, well, and it's interesting because Nikki always said, when we were in, more than just wrestling and business and everything, when we hear a no, we actually, now it's depending. If you're saying no to someone to tell them not to do something, yes, no's that. But also when we'd hear no, when it came to asking for permission, we were like, how are we going to turn that into yes? We were always about that. How are we going to turn a negative into a positive? And I feel like as women, it's been a big habit for us to ask for permission. We had to ask permission to vote. We had to ask permission to work hard, to have a job. And I feel like it was embedded from our great-grandmothers, our grandmothers, and even from our mothers. We're at the point in our lives where her and I are like, no, we're not. We're not going to ask for permission to do anything. And if we do some stuff that's like, okay, well, that wasn't good. Oh, well, we're human.
Right. You're like,
we
not
make
great.
mistakes.
I love that you said that, because I feel like we have to give the grace to ourselves. Yeah. Do you care what other people think? Like, if you read an article.
I've opened up my mouth a lot this past year, and, may have got me in trouble with some people, but I actually was the first time ever. I think I didn't care because I was speaking the truth. And I believed every word I said, and every word that I said was honesty. Yeah. But it was the first time ever that it didn't bother me, because I was just like, well, that's what I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that. Right. Because if you really believe it,
right,
then it's like, okay, you're wrong, or you have another opinion and you do you, but that's not what I think. So thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you.
And
Thank you all for
joining
having us.
Yeah, thank you.
And so I'd love to leave with just some sort of like takeaway that you think that we could take out of the weekend.
So something I've been working on a lot lately is patience. And I saw this quote on Pinterest, and it said, "Be patient with yourself. Nothing in nature takes quick to bloom." And I believe that. I feel like nowadays we're so quick to check on people on Instagram, Facebook, Google something. We get everything quick and done. And I think we get impatient now, and I feel like in my next chapter, I need to allow myself to be patient to see what's to come. Not expect it all now. And sometimes when it doesn't happen now, I kind of get antsy and I think everything's failing, nothing's working out for me. But just like nature, the seasons, like we all get excited when the wildflowers bloom. They just bloomed last week, and it's like, I'm that wildflower. Allow myself to have a couple seasons of getting that rainfall, getting the sunshine, and then I'm gonna bloom. So that's for me right now.
It's like a good vintage of wine, Brie.
You're right.
Yes. And for me, I'm someone who I have a lot of goals and I have a vision board, and it's like I like to hit certain things, whether it's yearly or just in my life, have my own milestones that I create. And sometimes I can have a tough time staying motivated, or I can be extremely motivated. But one of the quotes that I love is, "We cannot become what we want by remaining what we are." And I feel sometimes it's hard to let go of who we were, but who we're meant to be is there. And sometimes, like, I've been on this incredible journey, and I've had ups and downs through my life, and I feel like I've been a lot of different versions of me, and that's okay. That's like the story we tell. We get to be these different characters, and who I was then, I'm not now, and I know who I'm gonna be in this next chapter is who I was in the past 16 years, and I can't wait to meet her and then look back on myself now and like have that conversation of like, remember when you were 39 entering 40? So yeah, it's, where we wanna go, we just know that what are we doing today, what are we doing in the next 10 minutes to be that person?
I mean, I learned so much from you. And
thank you.
You're just lovely, and thank you for being so vulnerable and for sharing. I mean, it's a lot, and I think it helps empower us because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So if we don't change our behavior, and I like just the ability to forgive and like move on from who you were. You don't have to live that.
No.
You could be like, that was not the right thing.
Yeah.
Let's moveon.com.
Totally.
100%.
Thank you so much for joining us for the New Rules. And Sonoma County.
I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you.
There are three of the world's most famous brothers, the Jonas Brothers. Kevin, Joe, Nick.